70, page 371, page 372, page 373, page 374, page 375, page 376, page 377, page 378, page 379, page 380, page 381, page 382, page 383, page 384, page 385, page 386, page 387, page 388, page 389, page 390, page 391, page 392, page 393, page 394, page 395, page 396, page 397, page 398, page 399, page 400, page 401, page 402, page 403, page 404, page 405, page 406, page 407, page 408, page 409, page 410, page 411, page 412, page 413, page 414, page 415, page 416, page 417, page 418, page 419, page 420, page 421, page 422, page 423, page 424, page 425, page 426, page 427, page 428, page 429, page 430, page 431, page 432, page 433, page 434, page 435, page 436, page 437, page 438, page 439, page 440, page 441, page 442, page 443, page 444, page 445, page 446, page 447, page 448, page 449, page 450, page 451, page 452, page 453, page 454, page 455, page 456. Distinguished Senator Ibrahim Hassan Adeja.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Ibrahim Hassan Adeja, Jigawa Northeast. I rise to move that the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 21st July 2020 be approved. I so move.
Senator Yaro Dauda Binos.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Binos Dauda Yaro Adama South. I rise to second the motion that the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 21st July 2020 be approved. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that divorce and proceedings of Tuesday, 21st July 2020 be approved, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Divorce and proceedings of 21st July 2020 is hereby approved. Letter from Senator Ibrahim A. Gobir, PhD. Notice, Your Excellency, notice of emergency security meeting. An emergency meeting of chairman and vice chairman of all security-related committees in the Senate, namely National Security and Intelligence, Defense, Army, Navy, Air Force, Police, and Interior is scheduled to take place as follows. Date, today, Wednesday, 22nd July 2020, time 2 p.m. prompt, venue, room 438, 4th floor, Senate New Wing. The meeting will afford a veritable platform for interaction aimed at synergizing efforts towards addressing the prevailing insecurity in the country. Please be assured of my highest esteem. Signed, Senator Ibrahim A. Gobir, PhD, Chairman. Letter from Senator Sadiq S. Umar. Distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, public presentation of my book. I'm pleased to notify Your Excellency and my very distinguished colleagues of the public presentation of my book titled How I Became a Senator in 30 Days. It is my pleasure to invite you all as special guests of honor. Date Thursday, 23rd July 2020. Time 3:30 p.m. Venue, NAV Conference and Suites, Kado, Abuja. Strict social distancing and other COVID-19 prevention protocols will be observed. Sincerely, Senator Sadiq Suleiman Umar. Today, the 22nd day of July, is the birthday of one of our distinguished colleagues, very distinguished Senator Bala Ibn Na'Allah. Sarkin Shanu, on behalf of the Senate, I wish you a very happy birthday, very, very long life, prosperity, and many more years of service to our fatherland. Congratulations. Petitions. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the first business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Anao Rochas Okorocha on the University of Creative Arts and Studies, Orlu, Imo State Establishment, etc. Bill 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, University of Creative Arts and Studies, Olu, Imo State Establishment, ETC Bill 2020, SB 454, first reading.
University of Creative Arts and Studies, Olu, Imo State Establishment, etc. Bill 2020, SB 454, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the second business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Muhammad Ali Indume on the Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria, Establishment, etc. Bill 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria Establishment, etc. Bill 2020, SB 470, first reading.
Chartered Institute of Training and Development of Nigeria Establishment, etc. Bill 2020, SB 470, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the third business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Stella Adaeze Odua on the Employment Services Establishment Bill 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Establishment Services, Employment Services Establishment, etc. Bill 2020, SB 485, first reading.
Employment Services Establishment, etc. Bill 2020, SB 485, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fourth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Adelere Adeyemi Oriolo on the Institute of Information and Communication Technology, Iwo, Osun State, Establishment, etc. Bill 2020. Mr. President, we will wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Institute of Information and Communication Technology, IWU, Osun State, Establishment, etc. Bill 2020, SB 486, first reading.
Institute of Information and Communication Technology, IWO, Osun State Establishment, etc. Bill 2020, SB 486, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fifth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of distinguished Senator Ifeanyi Uba on the Federal Medical Center, Uli, Anambra State Establishment, etc. Bill 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Federal Medical Center, Uli, Anambra State Establishment, etc. Bill 2020, SB 487, first reading.
Federal Medical Center, Uli, Anambra State Establishment, etc. Bill 2020, SB 487, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the sixth business of the day is the presentation of the report of the Committee on Aviation on the federal government announcement to reopen few airports across the country. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the distinguished Senator Adeyemi Smart, Chairman of the Committee on Aviation, to move the motion for the Senate to receive the report.
Distinguished Senator Smart Adeyemi, former comrade.
Mr. President, I rise to move the motion that the Senate do receive the report of the Aviation Committee on the announcement of the reopening of 5 airports across the country. I so move, Mr. President.
Any seconder? Senator Bala Ibn Allah.
Mr. President and my distinguished colleague, I move to second the motion for the presentation of the report of the Committee on Aviation as moved by my brother and friend, distinguished Senator Smart Adeyemi, by reason of proximity.
Thank you very much, Comrade Balana Ibn Allah. Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate receives the report of his Committee on Aviation, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You may let the report. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the seventh business of the day is the presentation of reports of the Joint Committee on Downstream Petroleum Sector, Petroleum Resources Upstream, and Gas, in respect of 1, exiting petroleum subsidy, ensuring self-sufficiency in domestic refining of petroleum products, and 2, the need to install computerized oil facilities management gadgets for Nigerian crude oil business. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Mohammed Sabo, Chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the Senate to receive the report.
Senator Mohammed Sabo Nakudu.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, I move that the Senate do receive the reports of the Joint Committees on Downstream Petroleum Sector, Petroleum Resources Upstream and Gas on the following: exiting petroleum subsidy, ensuring self-sufficiency in domestic refining of petroleum products, and the need to install computerized oil facility management gadgets for the Nigerian crude oil businesses. I so submit.
The Minority Whip.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion as ably moved by my chairman that the Senate do receive this report, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate do receive the report of our committee on petroleum downstream, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You may let the report. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the first order of the day is a motion standing in my name on the executive communication from Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief, on the 2021 to 2023 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, MTEF, and Fiscal Strategy Paper, FSP, in accordance with the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007. Distinguished senators will recall that the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief, on 2021 to 2023 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Fiscal Responsibility Strategy Paper, in accordance with the Fiscal Responsibility Act, was read yesterday, Tuesday, 21st July 2020. Mr. President, with your permission, I wish to move that the Senate do refer the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief, on the 2021 to 2023 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Fiscal Strategy Paper to the appropriate committee for further legislative action. I so.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion moved by the leader and seconded by the minority leader, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The request of Mr. President CNC is referred to the two committees, Senate committees on Finance and National Planning, with Finance as the lead committee. And this Senate is giving you 4 weeks within which to work very, very closely with the Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning, and particularly engagement with the revenue generating agencies where we're expecting them to meet their targets. We need to assure that they have all the support that they require from the National Assembly, particularly the Senate, to meet their targets. So you have 4 weeks. Make sure you engage them very, very closely. Meanwhile, the executive should continue to work on the preparations for the 2021 budget. And by this, we are also equally committed to ensuring that we receive the budget estimates at the end of September and that we are able to consider the budget and get it passed before the end of December to repeat what we did for budget 2020. Thank you. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the second order of the day is a motion requesting the Senate to consider the request of Mr. President Commander-in-Chief for the confirmation of the nomination of the Chuku Meka Chuku for appointment as a resident electoral commissioner representing Abia State in the Independent National Electoral Commission in accordance with paragraph 14, subsection 3, part 1 of the third schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, the purpose of this motion on the order paper is for the President, for the request of Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief to be referred to the relevant committee for further legislative action. I therefore move that the request of Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief be referred to the appropriate committee for further legislative action. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the motion ably moved by the leader.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The request of Mr. President, CNC, is referred to the Senate Committee on INEC to report back within 2 weeks. And by the way, let me say that this Senate and indeed the National Assembly is prepared to ensure that we work so hard and assiduously on the electoral reforms. And this is one way of ensuring that we collect all the different submissions from different stakeholders. And our committee on INEC, together with major stakeholders, should start working on this as quickly as possible so that we're able to meet the expectations and aspirations of Nigerians regarding electoral reforms. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the third order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the Conference Committee report on the Police Act, Cap P19, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2020. Distinguished senators will recall that the Senate and the House passed different versions of the Police Act, Cap P19, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2020. The Conference Committee of both houses has met and harmonized the differences according with the Senate Standing Order 88. Mr. President, we wish to invite distinguished Senator Dauda Jika to move the motion for the Senate to consider the conference report.
Senator Bello Mandia.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Bello Mandia. I represent Katsina South. I rise that the Senate do receive and consider the Conference Committee report on the Police Act, Cap P19, LFN 2004, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2020. I so move.
Senator Professor Sandy Ono, please, a second.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Sandy Ono, Cross River Central, I rise to support the motion as ably moved by my colleague, Senator Bello. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Present the report, please. You may present the report now.
Mr. President, motion to the passage of a bill for an act to repeal the Police Act Cap P19 LFN 2004 and enact Nigerian Police Act 2020 by both the Senate and House of Representatives. And there have been differences in the approvals granted. A conference committee met for the purpose of reconciling the differences, which were in some clauses and the arrangement of the changes. The conference committee members met on 20th day of July 2020 and unanimously reached without resort to voting or division of all issues. Summary of the harmonization. Attached is a summary of the harmonization. Having harmonized the two approvals, the conference committee unanimously adopted and harmonized the version. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, we passed this in this chamber, and the House did the same, but there are a few gray areas and they have harmonized. So I'll put the question for the Senate to approve the conference committee report. Those in favor of the motion that the Senate approves the conference report of our conference committee say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fourth order of the day is the resumption of adjourned consideration of the report of the Committee on Banking and Insurance and Other Financial Institutions on the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act, Cap B3, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, Amendment Bill 2020. Distinguished senators will recall that further consideration of the report of the Committee of the Whole was deferred at clause 26 to another legislative day on Tuesday, 21st July 2020, that was yesterday. Mr. President, with your permission, I wish to move that the Senate do resolve in the Committee of the Whole to resume consideration of the report. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second that we resolve into a Committee of the Whole to consider a report.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate resolves into Committee of the Whole to resume the consideration of our committee, report of our Committee on Banking, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, have we all gotten the report? But what I have before me is not corrected. Maybe I have the wrong report. Leader, is your report corrected? Because mine is not corrected. What I've been given. Page 25. It's supposed to be, we have finished with the clause 25, 24. Secretariat, please eliminate those that have not been, that are not the corrected ones. Don't mix. Yeah, I've gotten the corrected one too. Okay, distinguished colleagues, you recall that yesterday we got stuck on clause 25. We passed, we voted on clause 24, but from 25 we had some challenges, and because this is a very, very important and sensitive bill, we thought the committee should go back and look into those areas that we had problems. The committee has done that, so consideration will resume from clause 25. Finance Committee. Petroleum has no money at the moment, so we resume from clause 25, and that is on page 54. And let me also repeat what I said yesterday. This bill is so sensitive, so we'll go clause by clause. We'll not jump or we'll not lump clauses so that we are able to see these things that may have some serious implications or impacts. So we'll go clause by clause. Those clause 25. Those in favor that clause 25 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 26. Clause 26 starts on page 54 and ends on page 56. Clause 26. Those in favor that clause 26 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. 27. Clause 27. Those in favor that clause 27 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 28. Clause 28 on page 57. Those in favor that clause 28 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 29 on page 62. Clause 29. Those in favor that clause 29 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 30 on page 66, clause 30. Those in favor that clause 30 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 31. Those in favor that clause 31 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 32. Clause 32. Those in favor that clause 32 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 33. Those in favor that clause 33 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 34. Clause 34. Those in favor that clause 34 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 35. Clause 35 is deleted. Those in favor that clause 35 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 36 on page 78 deleted. Those in favor that clause 36 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. 37 deleted. Those in favor that clause 37 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 38 on page 84. Clause 38 on page 84. Those in favor that clause 38 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. Page 80. Oh, okay. That's correct. That's the new 35. So those in favor that the new 35, clause 35 stands part of the bill say aye. That's page 80. Those against say nay. Ayes have it. Clause 36, the same page. Those in favor that clause 36 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 37 on page 82. Those in favor that clause 37 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 38 on page 84. 38 on page 84. Those in favor that clause 38 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 39 on page 88. 39. DSP.
Thank you, Mr. President. 39. I don't know if, let me read. Say subject to any other provisions of this act. All claims, judgment, debt enforcement. I think it should be judgment, debt enforcement, I believe. In which case that comma should be removed. So it should be judgment, debt enforcement.
That comma should not be there.
Chairman, have you listened to the DSP? Is that correct? Judgment, debt enforcement. So the comma should be deleted. The comma. Only the comma. Those in favor that clause 39 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 40 on page 92. Clause 40 on page 92. Those in favor that clause 40 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 41 on page 95. 41 on page 95. Those in favor that clause 41 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 42 on page 97. Those in favor that clause 42 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 43 on page 98. Those in favor that clause 43 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. A new 39. No, that's deleted. Okay, there's a new 43 on page 99. The new 43 is on page 99. Those in favor that clause 43 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 44 is on page 101. Those in favor that clause 44 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 45 on page 104. Those in favor that clause 45 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 46 on page 105. Those in favor that clause 46 stands part of the bill say aye. Sorry? 45. Those, sorry? Clause 46. Clause 46 on page 105. Those in favor that clause 46 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Yes, Senator Balanala.
Mr. President, sorry to take you back. I am not as fast as you can go. Section 40, clause 43, sir, appears to be in contravention of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, sir. Not. No, it's a new 43. Yes. Page 99. At page 99. The new 43. Yes, sir. It says, except with the written consent of the governor, no bank shall be registered or incorporated with a tribal or ethnic name or any name which includes the word central, federal, federation, national, Nigeria, reserve, state, Christian, Islamic, Muslim, Quranic, or biblical. This will clearly violate the provision of the Constitution, sir, because in the Constitution, sir, any person can come together for the purpose of fostering an economic agenda. And if, for example, it's the decision of the Christian Association of Nigeria to build a bank for the benefit of their people, that is expected to be allowed, because first, the Constitution gave them right to practice their religion, unhindered. So I think we have to be a bit careful about this because it's unconstitutional, sir. You also have Islamic bank. That's my fear.
Senator Ibukule Amosu.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ibukule Amosu. I represent Ogun Central. Distinguished colleagues, yes, without prejudice to what Senator Nala said, drawing our attention to this, I think there is no way we can write everything out like this. Yes, it is written. But since that proviso is there, that except with the written consent of the governor, it is just to make sure that people do not abuse this. That is what I think. Because they are not saying they cannot, but they are saying that they probably need the consent of the governor so that decorum will be maintained. You know the way we are. You can, yes, I agree with you. You can have Christian whatever bank. You can have even Ijo whatever bank. But some may be such that the governor, we want to advise. I don't think there's anything wrong with this because they are not saying they cannot. So
to be a bit cautious, sir. Oh, okay.
Well, Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, on this particular issue, I think I really concur with I do understand the position of Senator Balana Allah, but I think the word except, so I do respect the position of Balana Allah, but I do concur with the position of Senator Ibikule Amos. Given the nature of this country, the frivolous usage of some of these very loaded terms, if they are not checked, could bring us into a lot of unnecessary conflicts. So I think this clause was inserted so that the central bank governor can be able to advise and to be able to actually notify the kind of intendment of those who are promoting this business. So that if there is no problem of taking those names, he will just say, okay. But if he senses that there are certain kinds of issues, behind the usage of those terms, he could now say that you have to expulse, that particular term if you are to be registered. So I think it's to err on the side of caution. And therefore, I really support the position of Senator Amosun without really dismissing the constitutional issues that have been raised by Senator Balana Allah.
It is one thing for an act to be constitutional or not constitutional. It is another thing to subject the fundamental rights of citizens to a discretionary exercise of power by an individual. This is the caution that I'm trying to draw. It is even more serious, Mr. President, when we consider the unique nature of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If tomorrow, God forbid, they say distinguished Senator Ojikalu is the central bank governor, and then I apply, sir. I apply to register a bank in the name of, let's say, Islamic Bank or something. And in his opinion, it does not work. And then he says, I'm not going to grant the consent. Meanings will be read to it. So that's why nowhere will a fundamental right, nowhere will a fundamental right of a citizen be subjected to the discretionary exercise of an individual. That's the only thing. And I still maintain my position that this provision is unnecessary. The consent to register a bank is entirely that of the central bank governor. There is no need to put this as a cobweb for him to hang him to the exercise of power when we know at initial it is unconstitutional. I will seriously and respectfully advise that the provision itself is even unnecessary, but let it be deleted. Thank you, sir.
I think I will agree to a large extent with submission by Senator Bikule Amosun. Nobody is denied that right. And all that I think the clause intends to achieve is to ensure that there is no frivolities or recklessness in just writing whatever somebody wants. Your argument on the face of it is okay. But if we just allow it like that, probably it will be a subject of litigation unnecessarily, because there will be no provision for anybody to checkmate that possible recklessness that could result. So I will advise that we leave it as it is. And because Parliament will be here, even if we will not be here, if there is any abuse, then Parliament can amend it. Senator Alero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, I think it is dangerous to leave it as it is now, because we cannot make law that go against the Constitution. Any law that goes against the Constitution, to the extent of inconsistency, is null and void. That is the position of our Constitution. And there are so many organizations now that are interested in setting up non-interest banking. And if you subject the approval of non-interest banking to a particular individual, Mr. Chairman, it is dangerous. What the Constitution has given you, nobody can take it away from you. So I'm of the opinion that we should delete this section completely.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague. Mr. President, I follow the discussion with rapt attention. But if you look at it from the two angles, one, the first one is afraid that why should we give the sole power to a single individual? And the second one is saying it's just as a guide to checkmate. In balancing the two, I'm of the opinion that there is a board of Central Bank of Nigeria where we have people with diverse opinion, diverse mind, that whenever any such thing is put before them, there will be need for them to read through. So we can simply say, except with the written approval of the board of Central Bank, then that will guide. Single individual will have been taken care of. The caution we are trying to draw will have been taken care of. I so submit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. Aliu Sabi Abdullahi. I think he has tried to solve the problem so that perhaps the fear is taken care of. But the key issue, I think, from the debate is whether this issue is impinging on some people's right within the concept of the Constitution. To my mind, it is not, because it is not saying absolutely that you cannot. It is rather saying they need to guide. And this becomes necessary if you are following the trend on social media and other media of what is happening, where people will just use this name innocently and just get unsuspecting public to bring in money through the back door, and the central bank has no control over those people. And I think it's very important that we put that at the back of our mind, because many people are losing their money from people who just come out using that name, just what this clause is trying to cure. So I support what Solomon Adeola is saying, because that will also take care of fear people are expressing about who does it.
Well, distinguished colleagues, we have already voted on this, unless you want me to put it to vote again. So, are we taking the amendment of Senator Solomon Adeola? Sorry? No need. No, that is an opinion. So, I will put it to vote again. As someone, no. There is an amendment that is seconded. Those in favor of clause 43 as amended, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Secretariat. Senator Solomon Adeola, you write that amendment properly, please. Just like you have said it. So we go to clause 46 on page 105. Yes, Senator Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I'm just being curious.
on page 104, on page 104, 45. The extant law is talking about prohibition of strike or pandemic. The extant law, the one that is recommended by the committee is completely different. Strike is being left out. It's only pandemic or what is included here, strike is left out. I don't know whether somewhere in the bill, the issue of a legitimate strike is part of the reasons why a bank will not be liable. 45. The strike is not there anymore. I don't know where the strike is somewhere.
Chairman, where did you hide it?
Four. Chairman, the extant law is the principal. This is talking of during a strike or pandemic, but your recommendation does not include strike.
Which page is that?
Page 104.
What is the recommendation and comments? Which one? What did you want to conclude?
No, there should be strike here. Don't put strike here.
Where?
Here. You see?
Yeah, I'm looking at the.
I think it's just put strike here. Don't put strike here.
Where is it?
No.
From here. 45.
Page 104.
No, I have my.
Oh, yours is different.
No, I have. They can include the strike.
They can include the strike.
Mr. President, I think we agree that we can include the strike in the provision. We can include the strike in the Mr. President, I think I've gone through the section, and I think I agree with my colleague we can include the strike there. We can amend it here.
We are taking back the strike. So how does it now read? Because we have to have a final position on this. So it means we have to include no. Clause 45, 1 will now be no bank shall incur any liability of any of his customers by reason only of failure on the part of the bank to open for business during a strike. That should be 1. No, the heading can be, yes, just you add the strike. Okay. So Secretariat, take note. I think it's something we have agreed on. They should include the strike. Just like the principal act, closure of a bank during a strike or pandemic. Isn't it? Okay. We are past that. So clause 46, those in favor that clause 46 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay, the ayes have it. Yeah. Clause 47. Clause 47 on page 106. Amendment 47.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, clause 47, page 107, 42, 47 2D. This section is talking about people who can hold positions in a bank. It's a small amendment I want to make. 2D says, if a convicted person, if convicted of an offense, individual of, yes, of dishonesty, of fraud. 107D is convicted of any offense involving dishonesty or fraud. I want to add sexual offenses. If you're convicted of sexual offenses, you can't hold a position. The section is talking about those who can hold position in the bank. Yeah. Talking about those who can hold this. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. The section is talking about disqualification and exclusion of critical individuals for managing a bank. Both men and women.
Okay. No, let's finish with one first. You say 47, 2D. 2D is convicted of any offense involving dishonesty, fraud, or sexual offenses. Okay. No, just hold on, please. Senator Susan.
Mr. President, why I support the amendment, there is an issue that comes with it, Mr. President. And the issue is that this particular provision is lifted from what is in the Constitution. And in the Constitution, you don't have that of sexual offense. And so, why the amendment here is good, if somebody takes this matter to court and the Constitution comes in as a superior statute, it might be a problem, but the amendment is good if we can take it, but this is lifted from the Constitution. And so that is the only thing that is a snag on this. No, you see.
This offenses register that has been opened. Does it mean that register is of no use?
Distinguished colleagues, I really sympathize with the position our colleague Senator Betty Apiafi has taken. But my understanding of this dishonesty or fraud, these are things that are not required in an environment of trust in terms of banking. So I'm not sure if sexual offense can go in line with this, but can we find Senator Said Al-Ghali?
Mr. Chairman, if she reads Section D, she should go ahead to read Section E. Is guilty of serious misconduct. Is guilty of serious misconduct in relation to his duties. What she's saying is a misconduct, so Section E covers that.
No, Mr. Chairman.
It's a misconduct.
Well, it's not the same. You see, Your Excellency, I can understand what she was trying to say, but we have to understand that sexual harassment or rape or whatever it is, that way is a criminal act. But here we are talking of dishonesty, because when you are talking of banking, you are talking of trust. Trust. That should be the main thrust. But sexual offense cannot be part of this, really. Please, let us be serious.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The argument so far has already exposed
the difficulty that we will get into in accommodating this amendment. Now, if you look at E, Mr. President, E says is guilty of serious misconduct in relation to his duties. In relation to his duties. So there is no relationship between the duties of a banker and sexual offense. So this is not wide enough to cover that misconduct. Fluid as misconduct is in its determination, I'm of the opinion that the position of Senator Suswan stands valid, sir. We might find somewhere to accommodate it maybe, but here it appears almost impracticable to relate his duties as a banker in relation to sexual offenses. It's very difficult, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm inclined to go with I am inclined to go with Senator Nala to the extent that the proposal must be germane. It must be germane to what we are considering. And we are considering the qualification of somebody who will serve as a director or a managing director, what have you, in a bank. So to the extent that we will consider that proposal, that conviction must necessarily derive from his employment. If he's convicted for a sexual offense, it has to arise from the work environment. It must be germane. It must be germane to the position he's seeking in the bank at that particular time. So it's not just enough that he's been convicted for a sexual offense. There must be probably somewhere else where we can bring that, but for sure, not under this provision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just to buttress the point, I am inclined to support supporting the position taken by my learned friend. My only addition is that this is law that we are enacting, and we will leave it for people to interpret. And during interpretation, we don't want people to have problems in interpreting the law, because there is the etiam generis rule, where some other things that are not added, you can apply those things. But where you want to apply something and the thing does not fall in line with what is provided for, then it becomes a problem for those who will have the responsibility of interpreting the law. So, Mr. Chairman, the position taken, if for any reason you want to include that one, it's not this one. Maybe in another, in another provision, not this one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Distinguished colleagues, let's vote on this, please. I think we have listened to the two sides of the argument. So I will put the question. Because this is not supposed to be second reading. We are considering a report. So those in favor of clause 47, that it stands part of the bill as it is, say aye. Those against it, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 48. Clause 48. 48 is on page 109. Those in favor that clause 48 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 49. Clause 49. Those in favor that clause 49 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 50. Those in favor that clause 50 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 51 on page 102. Clause 51. Those in favor that clause 51 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 52 on page 113. Those in favor that clause 52 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 53. Those in favor that clause 53 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 54 on page 114. Those in favor that clause 54 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. 55 on page 116. Those in favor that clause 55 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 56. Clause 56. Those in favor that clause 56 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 57 on page 118. Clause 57. Yeah, 57, Senator Johnson.
Because that particular provision is very sensitive, considering the type of society we live in, I just want us to be very careful, and perhaps for the chairman of the committee to explain, for us to understand what that provision is all about, because of the type of society we live in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can you give us a clarification on clause 57 on page 118? Prohibition of unlicensed financial institutions.
Clause what, 57? Is it 58 or 57? Okay. 58, right? 57. On page 118. Okay, I have my own. Another. Page what? Page 118. I have two major. Calm down.
Clause 57. Those in favor that clause 57 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. 58 on page 120. Clause 58. Those in favor that clause 58 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 59 on page 122. 59. Those in favor that clause 59 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 60 on page 123. Clause 60. Those in favor that clause 60 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 61. Those in favor that clause 61 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 62. Those in favor that clause 62 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 63 on page 127. Clause 63. Those in favor that clause 63 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 64. Clause 64. Those in favor that clause 64 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 65 on page 132. 65. Those in favor that clause 65 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 66. Those in favor that clause 66 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 67. Those in favor that clause 67 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 68 on page 136. Clause 68 on page 136. Those in favor that clause 68 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 69, standard for payment. Those in favor that clause 69 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 70 on page 137. Those in favor that clause 70 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 71. Those in favor that clause 71 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 72, unclaimed funds. 72. Those in favor that clause 72 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 73. Clause 73 on page 142. Clause 73. Those in favor that clause 73 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 74. Those in favor that clause 74 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 75. Those in favor that clause 75 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Yes, DSP.
To bring you back to 140. 140, that's section 72.3. 72.3. The way an account which is transferred under subsection 2 of this section is subject to a service charge. The charge may continue to be levied up to the date on which the account was transferred to the register of dormant accounts. I take that back. I was thinking that even when dormant, they were still going to be charging. I take that back. Thank you.
We go to clause 76. Those in favor that clause 76 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 77, levy on banks, page 148. Those in favor that clause 77 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 78. Clause 78. Those in favor that clause 78 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 79 on page 150. Those in favor that clause 79 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 80. Those in favor that clause 80 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 81. 81. Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. Ali Sabi Abdullahi. Clause 81, continuing at page 151, that is subsection A, where it said two representatives of the bank to be nominated by the governor, one of whom shall be a deputy governor, who shall be, B is missing, appointed as the chairman of the Board of Trustees. B is missing.
Those in favor that clause 81 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 82. Those in favor that clause 82 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 83 on page 152. Those in favor that clause 83 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 84. 84. Deputy Minority Leader.
Secretariat of the Board of Trustees, that there is hereby established for the Board of Trustees a secretariat which shall be situated. D is missing.
It's legal. Well, it can't be situated now.
No, there shall be no B if it is a legal language. If it is situated, there shall be no BE there. It is either we remove BE or we add D.
We remove the BE.
Yes, we remove BE.
Those in favor of clause 84. As amended. Shall situate. We delete the B, the BE. Shall situate. Okay, it's a legal document. Those in favor of clause 84 as amended, that clause 84 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 85. Those in favor that clause 85 remains part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 86. Those in favor that clause 86 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 87. Those in favor that clause 87 remains part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 88 on page 156. Dissolution of Resolution Fund. Those in favor that clause 88 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 89. Those in favor that clause 89 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 90 on page 157. Those in favor that clause 90 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 91, annual report. Those in favor that clause 91 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 92. Those in favor that clause 92 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 93. Those in favor that clause 93 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 94 on page 160. Those in favor that clause 94 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 95. Clause 95. Those in favor that clause 95 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 96. Those in favor that clause 96 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 97 on page 163. Those in favor that clause 97 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 90. Clause 97. Those in favor that clause 97 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against say nay, ayes have it. Clause 98. Those in favor that clause 98 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 99. Those in favor that clause 99 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 100, power to grant exemptions, page 166. Those in favor that clause 100 remains part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 101. Those in favor that clause 101 remains part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 102. Those in favor that clause 102 remains part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 103. 103, DSP.
To be amended thus. 103.1. The tribunal shall consist of not less than 10 persons to be appointed as full-time members by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, period. Period. We should delete on the recommendation of the governor. And if I must provide a rationale, we have had so many situations where... Oh, okay. Thank you.
Let us explain the situation, sir. You need to explain the reason so that the members will be clear of the reason why.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason I'm making this amendment is because for some time now, we have had ministers who have been conferred with identical powers in most of our extant laws, who have not turned themselves into de facto presidents, to the extent that even when a president makes an appointment, they will come and say that they were not the ones who made the recommendation to the president, and therefore that nomination, should not go forward. We are not in any way saying that Mr. President should not consult. He has the right to consult, but we should not write into the law that it is the minister or the governors in this case that must make the recommendation. But Mr. President is free to consult with the governor, before making the appointment. But we should not write that consultation into the law. See, he has a right to consult the governor for recommendation, but we should not write that into the law. Because if we do that, and Mr. President decides to appoint you, for instance, and the governor of the CBN does not recommend you, you will say that you've not complied with the law. So that's why the reason for this amendment. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I'm Kabir Ugaya from Kano South. I second the motion ably moved by the DSP on that section 1031 should be amended as he did. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of that clause 103 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Huh? You want to amend? Let's ask the chairman first. Why 10? And then if we are not satisfied, we can go for amendment. Chairman.
Mr. President, I think there's nothing wrong in having 10 because there will be chairman of the tribunal, then there will be members. So the idea of whether they are 9 or 10, I don't think there's any difference. So that's why we agree on 10 as a committee.
But, distinguished colleagues, it reads, the tribunal shall consist of not less than 10. It can be 12, it can be 13. or even 19. So I think they can choose their odd number, not less than 10. I think we can leave it like that. Huh? Yeah, we can leave it like that. Okay. So we have already passed that. Clause 104. Clause 104. Those in favor that clause 104 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 105. Those in favor that clause 105 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 106. Those in favor that clause 106 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 107. Those in favor that clause 107 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 108. Those in favor that clause 108 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 109. Those 109. Eh? Okay, 108, DSP.
Mr. Chairman, I'm thinking that this would be the appropriate place to incorporate the amendment made by Senator Betty Apiafi the other time with respect to where a member shall cease to hold office. In addition to all of the provisions here, concern mine, bankruptcy, conviction of a felony or other offense involving fraud or dishonesty by the court, we should not include conviction for a sexual offense. Thank you. Thank you.
170, yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. I second the motion as moved by the DSP. Yes, it's additional ground.
Those in favor that clause 108 stands part of, as amended, stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 109. Those in favor that clause 109 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 110. Those in favor that clause 110 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 111. Those in favor that clause 111 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 112. Those in favor that clause 112 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 112. Those who that clause 112 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 113. Yes, Senator Peter Ngwabshi. So we'll go back to 111. 111. Those in favor that clause 111 as amended stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Secretary, take note. Clause 113. Those in favor that clause 113 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 114. Those in favor that clause 114 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 115. 115. Those in favor that clause 115 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 116. Power to stay proceedings on page 176. Those in favor that clause 116 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 117. Those in favor that clause 117 stands part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 118. Those in favor that clause 118 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 119. Those in favor that clause 119 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 120. Those in favor that clause 120 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 121. Those in favor that clause 121 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 122 on page 179. 122 on page 179. Those in favor that clause 122 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 123. 123. Senator Yusuf.
123(2) and the next paragraph after 2. That provided that no person shall be appointed under such person unless such person possesses a minimum of 10 years experience in banking and credit operations. I want to add in credit operation and or capital markets. In credit and or capital market operations. Yes. In banking and credit or capital market operations.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I want to second that amendment as moved.
So why are you laughing? Those in favor that clause 1, 2, and 3 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 124. Those in favor that clause 124 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 125. Those in favor that clause 125 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 126. Those in favor that clause 126 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 127 on page 185. Those in favor that clause 127 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 128. Those in favor that clause 128 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Balai Nalla.
Sorry to take you a bit back on 126, sir, plus 126. Again, it appears to be a constitutional issue, sir, in the sense that the Constitution has already defined what a superior court, court of record is. And the intendment of the Constitution is to confer specific powers to this court. So I'm in difficulty to understand how we can, by law, confer that powers, those powers, on a court created by law. It's an anomaly, sir. I don't know how we can really save this section 126.1. 126.1.
Any okay, so how do you want it? He originated, how do you want it? Senator Balana Allah, how do you want it if you are objecting to the way it is?
Yeah, I'm in difficulty to recount it because I'm trying to, again, be very careful. See, sir, the powers conferred on Superior Court of Records under the Constitution are definite. And the Constitution itself has recognized those courts that can be called Superior Courts of Records. Now,
what this provision seeks to do is to confer the inherent powers of those. Yeah? Yeah.
In normal court.
Huh? Yes, we can follow the video.
Okay, we go back to 126, clause 126. Those in favor that clause 126 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 128, we have done with 87. Those in favor that clause 128 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 129 on page 186. Those in favor that clause 129 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 130. Those in favor that clause 130 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 131. Clause 131. Those in favor that clause 131 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 132. Those in favor that clause 132 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Explanatory memorandum. Those in favor that the explanatory memorandum stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. The short title. Those in favor that the short title stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. The long title. On page 1, those in favor that the long title stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Central. Mr. Chairman, I'm extremely sorry, but it's important in overriding public interest that I seek your indulgence to take us back to clause 103. It is very, very, very important, Mr. Chairman. Clause 103, Mr. Chairman. It's on page 167. Mr. Chairman, this is crucial. Page 167. Mr. Chairman, it's at your discretion. 103, Mr. Chairman, which says the tribunal shall consist of not less than 10. Mr. Chairman, this is my point. Clause 103, 103. The tribunal shall consist of not less than, page 167. Mr. Chairman, let me observe again. We already passed this, but it will not be in overriding public interest. To pass a law that will say a tribunal shall consist of not less than, it will be subject to abuse. The words will be not more than. We can determine whether we want them to be 11, whether we want them to be 13 or whatever, but if we say not less than, it means that somebody tomorrow can say from each state of the federation, we are appointing a member to this tribunal. If the tribunal is going to take a decision that they think is not in their own interest, they can quickly appoint more people so that they will have majority of people who will do what they want them to do. No law can really, pass good governance tests or best practice standard, in this form. It should be not more than, instead of not less than. Yes.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, and I've very few friends, lawyers, but my concern here is, if you say not more than 11, suppose the job requires more than 11 people. How do you deal with that? How is it like in the Constitution? For Supreme Court, for Appeal Court, how is the language like? Not more than. That's the language. Okay, I need a seconder then. Senator Diola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very distinguished colleague. I rise to second the motion as proposed by Senator Kwemi Bamdele. Clause 103, page 167.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that clause 103 as amended stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
I write to move a motion for this distinguished chamber to resume plenary in order for the chairman to report progress. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the motion ably moved by the leader that the chairman do resume plenary to report progress.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the Senate reverse to plenary for the chair to report progress, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate, in the Committee of the Whole, resumed consideration of the report of the Committee on Banking, Insurance, and Other Financial Institutions on the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act, Cap B3, LFN 2004, Amendment Bill 2020, and approved as follows. Clauses 25 to 28 as recommended, 39 as recommended, as amended, 40 to 42 as recommended, 43 as amended, 44 as recommended, 45 as amended, 46 as recommended, 46 to 80 as recommended, 81 as amended, 82 to 83 as recommended, 84 as amended, 85 to 102 as recommended, 103 as amended, 104 to 107 as recommended, 108 as amended, 109 to 110 as recommended, 111 as amended, 112 to 122 as recommended, 123 as amended, 124 to 125 as recommended, 126 as amended, 127 to 132 as recommended. Explanatory memorandum as recommended, short title as recommended, long title as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Leader of the Senate.
For this motion to be read the third time, I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that this bill be now read a third time, say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to repeal the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act, Cap B3, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, and reenact the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act and other matters connected therewith, 2020, third reading.
A bill for an act to repeal the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act, Cap B3, LF, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, and enact the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act and other matters connected therewith, 2020, third reading, taken and passed. Congratulations. I think we have passed one of the most important bills the financial environment, especially the banking environment, today faces new challenges, special challenges that require legislative intervention. Congratulations to our committee on banking, and of course all the members of that committee for a very good job. Thank you. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the fifth order of the day is the consideration of the report of the Committee on Land Transport on the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act N129, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2020. Mr. President, distinguished, I would recall that the report of the committee was laid yesterday, Tuesday, 21st July 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Buhari Abdul Fatai, Chairman of the Committee on Land Transport, to move the motion for the consideration of the report.
Senator Abdul Fatai Buhari.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Buhari Abdul Fatai, Oyono. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do consider the report of the Committee on Land Transport on the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act 129 LFN 2004, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2020 SB 311. Mr. President, report of the Senate Committee of Land Transport on the bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act, Cap 129, LFN 2004, and to enact the Nigerian Railway Authority Bill 2020 for an efficient and effective railway system in Nigeria and other related matters. Mr. President, the Senate at its sitting on Wednesday, 10 June 2020, considered for the second reading the bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act, Cap 129, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004, and refer same to the Committee of Land Transport for further legislative action and report back within 4 weeks. The committee, recognizing the importance of this bill to the nation and need to the stakeholder input, referred to the one-day public hearing on the Nigerian Railway Corporation Bill. The bill, Nigerian Railway Corporation Bill, sponsored by distinguished Senator Buhari, was passed through the first reading and the second reading on 10th of June 2020. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the objective and intent of the bill: boost the transportation sector of the Nigerian economy through the rail service component, overhaul the business of the Nigerian Railway Corporation in a bid to drive it towards efficiency, pave way for the introduction of private sector investment and promote competition for the delivery of efficiency of the rail service in Nigeria, restructure the governing board to manage and implement the policy of the corporation, provide for effective rail transportation infrastructure development, rail concession and implementation of the national policy, establish a regulatory framework for private participation in order to revamp the rail transport system in Nigeria. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the legislative summary. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, the Senate Committee of Land Transport studied the report of the public hearing held in the 8th Assembly. Also, the committee took into consideration the extant law with respect to similar corporations around the world in identifying the manner in which the required legislation for the rail sector should be structured. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, we have endeavored to provide a legislative summary of the Nigerian Railway Authority Bill. The summary seeks to provide a part-by-part analysis of the provision of the bill with a view to highlighting the underlying reason for our observation and finding and recommendation. Mr. President, concession or private sector and partnership. This part deals with the issue of concession and other private sector participation scheme that can be embarked upon by the authority. State and local government participation. This gives the authority the power to enter into agreement with any state, local government, or any pension being body, corporate and incorporated under the law of Nigeria for the provision of railway services or railway infrastructure, whether by means of concession.
Distinguished colleagues, social distancing.
This section contemplates the approval standard that will be required to construct and operate railway and develop railway infrastructure for the provision of the railway service within the country. Mr. President, acquisition of land and railway works. This part of the bill deals with the acquisition of land for the construction of rail infrastructure. This part gives the authority not only to the power to assess, but also the power to compulsorily acquire any land required for the construction of railway infrastructure and railway line. The power of the authority to assess and acquire land are subject to the provision of the Land Use Act. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, offenses and penalty. This part extensively deals with the offenses and penalty attendant thereto with regard to safety and operation on the railway line. Mr. President, recommendation. The Senate Committee on Land Transport, after due consideration of the provision of this bill, hereby recommend as follows. That the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act 129 LFN 2004 Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2020 be substituted with the Nigerian Railway Authority Bill 2020 and request the Senate to consider the substituted bill for passage into the law. I so move. In conclusion, the committee wishes to thank the Senate President, the entire leadership of the Senate, and all my distinguished colleagues for the opportunity given to serve. It is our hope that this legislation will impact immensely on the development and operation of the railway sector in Nigeria. I so move, Mr. President.
Or concurrence? Leader of the Senate.
Yes, no, not concurrence yet.
From the House?
No. This is our own.
Have they passed their own?
And actually, this bill received a lot of work, from consultants, from the Nigerian Railway Corporation, from the Ministry of Transport, and from all the stakeholders, on really creating the legislative environment and the legal regime that will promote the rehabilitation and participation of all tiers of government and investors in the rail sector of the Nigerian economy. What happened was that there are certain 2 or 3 observations that the President made and it was returned. I was a member of the committee that looked into these returned bills, and we looked at those observations regarding this bill, and a lot of corrections, absolute correction as recommended were made. So really, Mr. President, this bill really does not need the kind of dexterity, that was required in the earlier finance bill. But I think that does not obviate the need, of interested members of this distinguished House, from really scrutinizing the content, to make it better than it is. But I don't think it will present us with that much problem like the one that we had before, because it had gone through so many readings and very careful consideration of each of the clauses and provisions.
Leader, I think it will be good to let us know those areas that were addressed so that we don't have to take too much time passing the bill. So what are those areas so that we know how you address it?
Mr. President, one of the areas was the concession and private sector partnership, that after the board decide that who are they going to license for them to involve in maybe private this thing, it has to come back to the ministry, and it should go back to the Minister of Justice for final vetting before they can enter into that type of agreement, so that they won't say that initially it was only within the railway legal department that was trusted by. It is now insisted that they should move it to the Ministry of Justice. That is one of the areas. And then the second area. Which section and the page number? No, it's the big one. That's part of its concession and other private sector partnership, 0.5.5. And then the second one is involvement of the state and local government. Initially, this aspect was not even involved in the bill at all, so that they are now looking at, in case of expansion in the future, we need, if the state decide to go on their own, that they also want to involve to get it. So they have now been involved now that they have the right to apply to the railway corporation, that they also want to involve and get a rail. Say, for example, Kano State and Lagos State can join, and that we want to have our own rail. You can now give them a concession on one of the track, and they buy their locomotive. That's the new section. That's the new section. These are the two major things.
Well, distinguished colleagues, this bill received very serious attention in the last assembly, in the last Senate. And the first issue he explained of getting the Attorney General's office involved, I think is the right thing to do on behalf of the government rather than the ministry. And of course, the second one, democratizing the participation, I think is the best thing that can happen to us. So when we come to consider the report, I think we will improve our speed. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, having come to this level, I would like to move the motion for this distinguished candidate to resolve in the Committee of the Whole to consider the report. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the motion ably moved by the leader.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate resolves into Committee of the Whole to consider the report clause by clause, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that clauses 1 to 5 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say nay. Sorry? 5. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have to bring us back to this again. The appointment powers of Mr. President as contained in Section 5. Page 9 in the old extant law is also abridged.
and given to the minister. So I'm going to be amending section 5 here for the purpose of the appointment of a chairman, rather than being appointed by the minister, it shall be appointed by Mr. President, without prejudice to Mr. President seeking advice and recommendation of the minister. But just like the argument I made the other time, I'm asking that this power be exclusively conferred to Mr. President without prejudice to his ability to seek recommendations from the minister. So wherever the minister appears on section 5 here, we should substitute the word president. I so move. Page 9, yes. Sorry, okay. Thank you. Section 5, it says the corporation, because this is retained, so we're seeking to have it amended. It says the corporation shall consist of the following members: a chairman, that's A, by the way, who shall be appointed by.
That's the principal act.
Oh.
So clauses, those in favor of clauses 1 to 5 stand part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Clause 6 to 10. Yes, Senator Suswam. Which clause? Clause 8. On page 15 or 16? Okay. Power of Minister.
Yeah, Mr. President, they are not quite clear as to what they return. The first one gives the powers to the president. The second one talked about the minister. So I think the chairman should clarify which one they've retained.
You see, the first one that we corrected was, the attempt on the Principal Act was to take away the appointment, the responsibility of the appointment by the minister to the president. This one is the minister working with the authority or whoever is the MD of that organization, whatever. So it's different.
Yeah, there's even an issue here, Mr. President. If we read the one with the president, they say the president may at any time remove from office or any of the members of the corporation other than the chairman. I don't seem to understand that.
That's the old class.
What we are looking at is the second column, the third column, really. You are looking at the Principal Act. That's not what we are considering. The Principal Act is just to guide you to say this was what it was. So those in favor of clauses 6 to 10 remain part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. 11 to 15. 11 on page 20 to 15 on page 25. Those in favor that clauses 11 to 15 remain part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. 16 to 20. (16 to 20). Those in favor that clauses 16 to 20 remain part of the bill, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. 21 to 25. Those in favor that clauses 21, 22, 23, and 25 remain part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 26 to 30. 30 on page 53. Those in favor that clauses 26 to 30 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 31 to 35. Clause 31 to 35. Those in favor that clause 31 to 35 remain part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 36 to 40. 36 to 40. 40 on page 70. Those in favor that clause 36 to 40 remain part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 41 to 45. 41 to 45. Those in favor that clause 41 to 45 remain part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 46 to 50. 46 to 50. Those in favor that clause 46 to 50 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 51 to 55. 51 to 55. Those in favor that clause 51 to 55 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 56 to 60. Those in favor that clause 56 to 60 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 61 to 65. 61 to 65. 61 to 65. Those in favor that clause 61 to 65 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 66 to 70. 56, 66. Okay. Those in favor that clause 66 to 70 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 71 to 75. Clause 71 to 75. Those in favor that clause 71 to 75 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 76. 76 to 80. Clause 76 to 80. Those in favor that clause 76 to 80 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 81 to 85. On page 150. Those in favor that clause 81 to 85 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 86 to 90. Clause 86 to 90. Those in favor that clause 86 to 90 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 91 to 95. 91 to 95. 95 is on page 157. Those in favor that clause 91 to 95 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 96 to 100. 96 to 100. Those in favor that clause 96 to 100 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 101 to 105. 105 is on page 160. All deleted. Those in favor that clause 101 to 105 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 106 to 110. Those in favor that clause 106 to 110 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 111 to 115. Those in favor that clause 101 and 111 to 115 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against any the ayes have it. Clause 116 to 120. 120 is on page 165. Those in favor that clause 116 to 120 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against any the ayes have it. 121 to 125. Clause 121 to 125. Those in favor of clause 121 to 125 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 126 to 130. 126 to 130. Clause 130 is on page 175. Those in favor that clause 126 to 130 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 131 to 135. 135 is on page 180. Those in favor that clause 131 to 135 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 136 to 140. 136 to 140. Those in favor that clause 136 to 140 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 141 to 145. 141 to 145. Those in favor that clause 141 to 145 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 146 to 150. 150 is on page 201. Those in favor that clause 146 to 150 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 151 to 155. 151 to 155. 155 is on page 206. Those in favor that clause 151 to 155 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 156 to 160. 156 to 160. Those in favor that clause 156 to 160 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clause 161 to 165. 161 to 165. 165 is on page 216. Senator Barrow, Jibrin.
Yes, sir. Sorry, 167. Why to be there? Oh, we're not there yet. Okay, 167, sir. Okay.
Those in favor that clause 161 to 165 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 166 to 170. Yes, Senator Barrow.
Sir, this clause has to do with an operator who is found to have got, drunk while on duty. I feel, in view of the fact that this is a very, very important
sector which has to do with the mass transportation of people. I think it needs to be well guarded. So I therefore think that the penalty of a dismissal and payment of 100,000 is too small. It should be increased to 200,000, sir. To serve as deterrence, because you're talking about movement of people, mass movement of people, so that people will know that there's a serious consequence. Like the driver of the locomotive, for him to be drunk, he should know that there's a serious consequence if he does so. Talking about taking hundreds of people, and then you get drunk, only asked to pay 100,000. When you kill several people.
300.
Sir?
300.
300,000, sir. To serve as deterrence, or 200,000, 200 or 300,000.
Obstruct a general inspector in the execution of his or her duty, commit an offense, and shall be liable to the conviction of 500. The driver and other passenger who get drunk and disturb the driver or obstruct the train, those are the ones that we intend to charge 100,000. But the driver himself, the train driver, is 500,000. That's the difference. There are two punishments there. So when you look at the E.
So I am proposing that the 500,000 should apply to everyone, because if you obstruct a driver and he kills hundreds of people, I mean, it's a very big offense. We are talking about mass in the transportation system.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Brian Gobi from Sokoto East. I second the amendment made by the Civil Senator.
Those in favor that clause 166 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 167 as amended stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Those in favor that clause 168 to 170 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 171 on page 222. 171 to 175. Those in favor that clause 171 to 175 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. 176 to 180. Those in favor that clause 176 to 180 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 181 to 185. Clause 181 to 185. 185 is on page 230. Those in favor that clause 181 to 185 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 186 to 190. One 186 to 190. Those in favor that clause 186 to 190 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. 191 to 195. 191 to 195. Those in favor that clause 191 to 195 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Clause 196 to 200. 186 to 200. 200 is on page 237. Those in favor that clause 196 to 200 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. 201 to 203. 201 to 203. Those in favor that clause 201 to 203 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that schedules 1 to 4 stand part of the bill say aye. Schedule 1 is on page 249. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the explanatory memorandum on page 295 stand part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The short title, those in favor that the short title stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Those in favor that the long title on page 1 stands part of the bill say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to move a motion for this distinguished Senate to resume plenary to allow the chair to report progress. I so move.
The minority leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion that this Senate do now revert to plenary to report progress. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that the chair reports progress say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Usually, the Senate, in the Committee of the Whole, considered the report of the Committee on Land Transport on the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act Cap N129 LFN 2004 Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2020 and approved as follows. Clauses 1 to 65 as recommended, 66 to 100 as recommended, 101 to 150 as recommended, 151 to 166 as recommended, Clause 167 as amended, clauses 168 to 203 as recommended, schedules as recommended, explanatory memorandum as recommended, short title as recommended, long title as recommended. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Thank you. Leader.
Mr. President, I rise to move the motion for this motion to be, this bill to be read a third time. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion that this bill be now read a third time. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion that this bill be now read the third time say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, a bill for an act to repeal the Nigeria Railway Corporation Act Cap 129, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2011, and to enact the Nigeria Railway Corporation Act 2020 for the efficient and effective railway system in Nigeria and for other related matters 2020, third reading.
A bill for an act to repeal the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act Cap N129 laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2011 and to enact the Nigerian Railway Corporation Act 2020 for the efficient and effective railway system in Nigeria and for other related matters 2020, third reading, taken and passed. Congratulations and thank you very much, Senator Buhari, Abdul Fattah, with the committee members. And this is one legislation that will provide for more participation in the railway sector in Nigeria. Congratulations once again. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the sixth order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee of Foreign Affairs on the screening of the following persons for appointment as career and non-career ambassadors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Number 1, Engineer Omar Suleiman, non-career ambassador, Adamawa. Number 2, Mr. Kevin Peter, non-career ambassador, Adamawa. Number 3, Chief Elijah Onyagba, non-career ambassador, Anambra. Number 4, Professor Monique Ekpong, non-career ambassador, Cross River. Number 5, Omi N. Eze, non-career ambassador, Ebenyi. Number 6, Yama Mohammed Musa, non-career ambassador, Edo. Number 7, Major General C.O. Ugu, non-career ambassador, Enugu. Number 8, Dr. Hajara I. Salim, non-career ambassador, Gombe. Number 9, Ambassador Yahaya Lawal, non-career ambassador, Katsina. Number 10, Ademola Seriki, non-career ambassador, Lagos. Number 11, Chief Sarafa Tunji Shola, non-career ambassador, Ogun. Number 12, Ajedare Bello, non-career ambassador, Oshun. Number 13, John A. Usanga, non-career ambassador, Akwa Ibom. Number 14, Hamis Umar Takarmawa, non-career ambassador, Kano. Number 15, Philip K. Kurusi, non-career ambassador, Bayelsa. Number 16, Honorable Tarzu Terheme, non-career ambassador, Benue. Number 17, Al-Bashir Ibrahim Al-Hussein, non-career ambassador, Borno. Number 18, Obizu Ichioma Chinyarem, non-career ambassador, Imo. Number 19, Ali M. Bagashi, non-career ambassador, Jigawa. Number 20, Professor M.A. Makarfi, non-career ambassador, Kaduna. Number 21, Henry John Omar, non-career ambassador, Nasarawa. Number 22, Sadia Ahmed Nuhu, non-career ambassador, Kano. 23, Air Commodore Peter Indabake, Ghana, retired, non-career ambassador, Niger. Number 24, Additional Alege, non-career ambassador, Oyo. Number 25, Shehu Abdullahi Yibakwal, non-career ambassador, Plateau. Number 26, Pon Maureen Tamuno, non-career ambassador, Rivers. Number 27, Farouk Yabo, non-career ambassador, Sokoto. Number 28, Abubakar Moriki, non-career ambassador, Zamfara. Number 29, Adamu M. Hassan, non-career ambassador, Taraba. Number 30, Ibrahim Dallami Abubakar, non-career ambassador, Bauchi. Number 31, Paul Oga Adiku, non-career ambassador, Benue. 32, Jazuli Imam Galadanchi, non-career ambassador, Kano. 33, Olundare Philip Awoni, non-career ambassador, Kogi. Number 34, Kaidu Ibrahim Laro, non-career ambassador, Kwara. Number 35, Abiyoe Muhammad Bello, non-career ambassador, Kwara. Number 36, Zara Muazu Omar, non-career ambassador, Kwara. Number 37, Mrs. Opunimi Orikaba Akinkugwe, non-career ambassador, Ondo. Number 38, Debo Adeshina, non-career ambassador, Oyo. Number 39, Ms. Folakemi Akinyele, non-career ambassador, Oyo. Number 40, Mr. Suleiman Sani, non-career ambassador, Federal Capital Territory. Mr. Emad Jeba, non-career ambassador, Delta. Distinguished senators will recall that the request of Mr. President Commander-in-Chief was referred to the committee on Tuesday, 12 May 2020. Mr. President, you may wish to invite distinguished Senator Adamu Mohammed Bulkachua, Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, to move the motion for the presentation and consideration of the report.
Senator Mohammed Adam Bulkachua.
Mr. President, sir, my name is Senator Adam Mohammed Bulkachua, representing Bauchi North Senatorial District. And I move that the Senate do receive and consider the report of the Committee of Foreign Affairs on the confirmation of the nomination of the following persons for appointment as career and non-career ambassadors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I so move.
Please, I need someone to second the Senator Opeyemi.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I'm Michael Opeyemi Bamidele, and I write to second the motion ably moved by Senator Bulkachua, Chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs. I so second, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor that we receive and consider the report of our Committee on Foreign Affairs, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. You may let the report. Chairman, who has the report? Leader, time. Leader, time.
Mr. President, I rise to move the motion for us to suspend our Order 13 so that we can continue with the consideration of the report.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I reluctantly agree that we should. I support the leader and second his motion as ably moved.
Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion by the leader that the Senate suspends its Rule 13, Standing Order 13, to enable it sit beyond 2 p.m., say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Chairman, you have laid the report. Okay, you can present the report now. I hope we have the copies of the report.
Mr. President, sir, my name remains Senator Adam Mohammed Bulkachua, representing Bauchi North Federal Constituency, Senatorial District. Mr. President, I will not read the whole report. I will read the introduction, our criteria, and a short form of the report. Sequel to the confirmation of 42 career ambassadors by the Senate, Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, forwarded another request to the Senate for confirmation of additional 41 non-career and one career ambassador nominees on Wednesday, 8th of July, 2020, which was referred to this committee for further legislative action. The committee, still faced with challenges of COVID-19 pandemic, held 2 sessions: physical appearance of the nominees who are present in Nigeria and virtual communication network for those abroad. Criteria used for the report. Mr. President, that the committee assessed the nominees based on constitutional requirements and standing rules of the Senate for appointment as ambassadors. The report of the Nigeria Police Force, the Department of State Security Service. The committee further sought for additional information from the National Intelligence Agency, NIA, tax clearance, code of conduct, bureau certificate of nominees, appearance and presentation, special skills and experience, general knowledge based on diplomacy and Nigerian foreign policy direction. The committee resolved all petitions received. Findings: 40 non-career and one career ambassadorial nominee appeared before the committee. The nominee from Niger State appeared and he was screened by the committee, but the committee suspends further legislative action on his recommendation until the matter surrounding his nomination is resolved. The 42nd nominee from Yobe is yet to The 42nd nominee from Yobe is yet to appear due to a certain mix-up
and screening of the nominee was stood down to a later date, pending the resolution of that matter. Two other nominees could not appear physically due to COVID-19 pandemic, lockdown, and protocols against international travel. All the 41 nominees exhibited high pedigree and diplomacy and foreign policy objectives of Nigeria as enshrined in the 1999 Constitution as amended. All nominees recommended for confirmation of their appointments gave good conduct and account of themselves in appearance, presentation, and indeed general knowledge. The nominees were a mixture of youth, gender, consideration of and elders from various fields such as politics, academia, business, experienced technocrats, as well as the public service. All nominees have been found to be in their standing of highest repute. Recommendation, Mr. President. The committee, after a careful, thorough screening of the 41 nominees, is satisfied with their pedigree, exposure, and general performance, and hereby recommends the 39 non-career, one career nominee for confirmation of the appointments as ambassadors and high commissioners of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The committee stood down its recommendation on the nominee from Niger State pending the resolution of a matter surrounding his nomination from his home state. The committee also stood down the screening of the nominee from Yobe State to a later date pending the resolution of the mix-up therein. Prayer. The committee prayed that the Senate is invited to confirm the nomination of 39 non-career and one career ambassadorial nominee for appointment as ambassadors and or high commissioners of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Details of these are on page 47 and 48 of the main report. I so move, Mr. President.
Any comments? Leader of the Senate. Yes, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want the chairman of the committee to enlighten this House and Nigerians who are watching the criteria for which the nominations were made with respect to what comes from each state. Because we see a situation where some states have 3 and a situation where some states have 1. And we want to know on what basis was these decisions taken.
Minority Leader, this is not for the chairman to answer. Please, Chairman, you don't have to answer this. Senator Philip Aduda.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, as you are all aware and as you remember and as I've always said, that this is the State House of Assembly for the FCT. Mr. President, I have brought this issue up since we started the issue of ambassadorial nominees up to the extent to screening, and now we are about to confirm. Mr. President, I thought that by now the nomination for FCT would have come, so that together this can carry on before we go on our annual break or recess. But the way it is looking, it is as if the FCT might not get the non-career ambassadorial nomination. And Mr. President, the truth of the matter is that since 1999 to date,
Even as I'm talking to you now, we have an ambassador who is a non-career ambassador representing us, representing Nigeria in Syria alone. I'm extremely worried about this because as we sit here, it then means that this will just elude us, it will go, and if he has not taken that, the end of it, we might never have a non-career ambassador representing us. And this administration gave us one, and the ambassador is sitting now as I'm talking to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Minority Whip. I think you are given a career ambassador, and I will congratulate I'll commend the administration, because that will be the first time you'll be given that kind of opportunity. And I want to, yes, and I want to urge you not to lose hope that you will not have a non-career ambassador. There are still some states with issues, and that does not mean that everything is foreclosed. You could still get a career ambassador. And I want to assure you that it is possible that the administration sorts out that. But this is for the executive to note. I don't think the chairman has anything to do with that. Senator.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, thank you for giving the people of FCT hope. And I indeed will say we're grateful to Mr. President, just like you have said, for the one he gave us, and the one he has given us, and the one he's even yet going to give us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Gabriel Suswam.
Yeah, Mr. President, my name is Dr. Gabriel Suswam. I represent Benue Northeast. Mr. President, I'm objecting to one of the ambassadors. And the reason for my objections are this. First, when they nominated the career ambassadors some times back, Benue was given one from a particular zone, that is Comrade Abamaru zone. We all supported it and signed. We're waiting that when the non-career ambassador come, at least it will be spread evenly within the state. Unfortunately, Mr. President, 2 non-career ambassadors were nominated from Benue, and one again went to the same zone where I already had one. One was in the Zone B Senatorial District. The biggest zone, which I represent, has no single ambassador. And so, Mr. President, I feel that myself and the other senators, that ambassador on number 31 here, should be stepped down until we have proper consultation, Mr. President.
You see, the issue of who is nominated is not for this chamber. That's not our calling. This is an executive function. What we normally emphasize here, and is the tradition, is the culture, is the convention, that when people are nominated and sent to the Senate for confirmation, they are always advised to meet with their senators, regardless of their backgrounds. And because their senators are part of what they do in their state, so to that extent, we can advise those who have been nominated to meet with their senators if they have not done so, because they will help you in the screening as well, sometimes, and even when you are doing your work, wherever you are posted, they can still be helpful. But who is nominated is not our calling. That is an executive function. I don't think we can sit here and say, why don't we have this in my senatorial district? And if there isn't, I can't do this. I think what I would suggest we do is, if there is no sufficient consultation between nominees and their senators, especially up to 2 senators, because that's the tradition here, we can suspend the confirmation, do the consultation, and then after the consultation we take this thing, but not to query why there is no nominee from my zone. That's an executive prerogative. You can only observe. Someone raise his hand. Okay. Senator Yusuf.
Thank you, Senate President, my distinguished colleagues. It's for the same reason you have just explained. We do not know this nominee. He has not come to me. He has not discussed anything with the other senator. So, and again, from the point of view of constitutional point of order, which I will read for my distinguished colleagues to know. I come by Constitutional Order 14, subsection 3. I will read by your leave, sir.
You may read.
Or any of its agencies, and the conduct of its affairs shall be carried out in such a manner as to reflect the federal character of Nigeria and the need to promote national unity and to also command national loyalty, thereby ensuring that there shall be no predominance of persons from a few states or from a few ethnic or other sectional groups in the government or in any of its agencies. Section 15, subsection 4, the state shall foster a feeling of belonging and of involvement among the various peoples of the Federation to the end that loyalty to the nation shall override sectional loyalties. My president is from this point of view. I've come. The nominee is not known to me. I've not seen him. He has not approached me. So there's a lot of issues to be sorted out at home. So that we need him to step down for further consultation. Thank you.
I think if it is only one senator from a state, that falls flat on its face, because our convention is we need, if we have two senators making this kind of observation from a state, then we can now advise, we can now advise that the nominee consult with his senators from his state. But let me also say that we should be looking at the larger picture. If you don't have a nominee for ambassadorial appointment in your place, and you have other appointments in your place, I think it is only fair that we don't insist that we must have a nominee from our place, because there are other things that have been taken into consideration. So based on this, I will advise that where we have a state, please, that where two senators from a state, and this is the convention here, since I came into this Senate in 2007, that's what I met. And we had occasion here to even turn down ministerial nominees based on that convention. But I'm advising that if we have a state where two senators have not had an engagement, an interaction with a nominee from their state, we'll encourage that that interaction should take place. Nothing is taken away from anyone. But if it is only one senator that is complaining, we can do that, and we can do the confirmation, and thereafter the engagement can take place before the posting, because nothing is impossible here. Senator Balana Allah.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues. First, I am in great difficulty to appreciate the strength of this convention on the floor of the Senate. I hope I am wrong, but if I know what the workings of a parliament is that I have always insisted on the rules of engagement between us and those who elected us into office. The Constitution and the law. Anything that comes inconsistent with that provision will fall on its face. All confirmations before the Senate, the requirement by the executive is to look at the nominees, look at the Constitution and the law, and find out whether they are qualified to occupy the office for which they are being appointed. This convention is developed to further enhance agreement working relationship between nominees and senators and partly the House of Representatives. We will be running into a very big problem if we begin to consider individual cases as they affect state politics for the purpose of doing our job as senators. So I will advise that before reports of this nature are filed, senators will take steps to try as much as they can to solve these issues before they come before the Senate. Because what we have now is a report of a committee that has looked into the suitability and qualification of this candidate to occupy the office for which they are being nominated. If we begin to throw spanners that have no basis in law and in the Constitution, we are likely going to run into problems because we will have allowed our personal interest to affect our official decision and conduct against the oath of office we have taken. So we need to be extremely careful in enforcing certain convention usages of the parliament when it comes to issue of confirmation before the Senate. Thank you, sir.
Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, I rise to move a motion for this Senate to resolve in the Committee of the Whole to consider the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the nominations. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that the Senate resolves into Committee of the Whole to consider the report of our Committee on Foreign Affairs say aye. Those against say nay, the ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, we are going to go with the recommendation of our committee. The committee represented us, so we'll put the questions as the committee presented to us, and we can in fact, I have two. I think one has not been. Four. Sorry? Chairman, I think about two have not been. Distinguished colleagues, we have approval to make at this point. So I will put the questions. Yes. Okay. Deputy Leader, Minority Leader.
Well, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, I want to come by way of a rider to what Senator Yusuf said, the senator representing Central Taraba. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, the matter is such that you don't allow room, okay, consultation, it will appear as if one to be recognized. Actually, we are talking about fair and equitable distribution of these offices available. We know the minister that we screen here comes from the same village and community with the nominee. And when this matter came up, outside of, I have not met with him personally, and I think it will look very strange that a nominee from my state, even as I stand, has not come to me, and one, he comes from a disadvantaged place. Disadvantaged in the sense that ministerial nominee is as important as ambassadorial nominee. So if the two will come from one community, even when we are battling to do an image work for all of us, because I don't look at government as being executive alone. It's both the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. So we need to do a good work to come up with a good image of ourselves before the public. This is my position, so I ally with my colleagues. So we could step down the nominee from Taraba.
Let me point out this once again. We need to be looking at the larger picture. Please, let's not restrict our view to just ambassadorial nominees. I don't know the politics in various states, but if you have an ambassadorial nominee in a place that you think you shouldn't be, probably you have some other appointments. So we should be looking at this. And I want to appeal to all of us that our committee has done its job. I will suggest that we look at what the committee has done, rather than throwing away what our committee, because that will throw us into a more serious crisis. Yes. And yes, you raise your hand. Senator Danjumala.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Senator Lai Danjumala, representing Kaduna South. In fact, this issue that we are just discussing, it is an issue that affects almost every state. I, for one, I am not complaining because I know it will not affect me, no neither even to complain. But I'm only saying it before the National Assembly, before the humble Senate, that nothing is happening in this country that they take us into consideration. Southern Kaduna is a left area that nobody thinks about it. Nobody even thinks that there are human beings over there. But I thank my God, I'm here representing them. I show it to the whole world that we are left behind in anything. It doesn't matter even if we did not vote APC. But as long as we are all together, we represented the whole world and the country. And we shall remain united till the day comes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Amar Boketa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're overplugging this issue, sir. We know the arrangement, the larger arrangement of this nomination. First of all, we agree that it's a president call. The president has the right to nominate anybody from any state who he deems fit. So if there are issues, political issues, I don't think it's fair for us to introduce them here. I totally agree that nominees should go and seek and at least parley with their distinguished senators. But let's not introduce here. No matter who you bring, and no matter who brought him, somebody must have a reason to say that person is not. We all know this. So please, we should not overplug this issue. Furthermore, we have entrusted our committee to go and do due diligence on this. Now, are we saying that what our committee has done now, we are going to redo it here? That's not fair. It's as good as not saying that, okay, we don't trust our committees anymore. We have already settled on this committee issue. So please, Mr. President, just go ahead and let's do it. If anybody is there, then let's play the game of numbers here.
Okay. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. So, distinguished colleagues, please. I have said in an opening, my opening remarks with respect to this, that nominees, whether they are ambassadorial nominees or ministerial, indeed any nominee, even the most technical one, not political, should always respect the representatives here. They should consult with them, interact with them. And I know many nominees do that. Where a nominee has not been able to do that, we will encourage and advise that that nominee, even after confirmation, should go and do that. This is very important, and we will always protect the reputation and integrity of this chamber. But I want to advise that we shouldn't reduce this thing to this man is not from my zone, is from the other person's zone. I think we should address this in such a manner that wherever someone is coming from, if he is from our state, he will work for the country and protect and project the image of his state. So based on this, distinguished colleagues, I'm going to put the question on all the nominees as recommended by our committee. The only place they didn't recommend, they say they stand down Yobe, they stand down Niger. I'm not even complaining. So, because the committee has done a good job, we will address our issue in Yobe after this exercise. So I will appeal that we just go into this thing. So I will put the question on approval. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Engineer Omar Suleiman for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Mr. Kevin Peter as non-career, for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Chief Elijah Onyagba as a non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Professor Monique Ekpong for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Omi N. Eze for appointment as a non-career ambassador? Those of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Yama Mohammed Musa for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Major General C.O. Ugu for appointment as a non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Dr. Hajara I. Salim for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Ambassador Yahaya Lawal for appointment as non-career ambassador? Those of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Ademola Sereki for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Chief Sharafa Tunji Ishola for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Adejare Bello for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of John J. Usanga for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Hamis Umar Takalmawa for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Philip K. Ukurushi for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Honorable Tazu Temen for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Ali Bishir Ibrahim Al-Hussein for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Obezu Ijeoma Chinyeram for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Ali M. Magashi for appointment as non-career ambassador? Those for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Professor M.A. McCarthy for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Henry John Omaku for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Sadia Ahmad Nuhu for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor will say aye. Those in favor will say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Adeshino Alage for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Sheikh Abdullahi Yubakwal for appointment as non-career ambassador? Those of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Sheikh Honorable Maureen Tamuno for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Farouk Yabo for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Adamu Abubakar Moriki for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Adamu Hassan for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Ibrahim Dallami Abu Bakar as for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Paul Oga Adiku for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Jazuli Imam Galadanchi for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Olun Dare Philip Awoni for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Kayode Ibrahim Laro for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Abioye Mohamed Bello for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Zahra Muazu Omar for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Mrs. Opunimi Orikaba Akungbe for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Debo Adeshino for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Ms. Folakemi Akinyele for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Mr. Suleiman Sani for appointment as career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. I didn't hear that. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate approve the nomination of Omar Jeba for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, I rise to move a motion for this chamber to revert back to plenary for the chair to report progress. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. With a heavy heart, I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those with a heavy heart, those in favor of the motion that the Senate reverse to plenary for the chair to report progress, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Balana Allah. Please back to your seat. Okay, you can go. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate and the Committee of the Whole considered the report of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the screening of Mr. President's nominees for appointment as career and non-career ambassadors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and approved the nominations of Engineer Omar Suleiman, a non-career ambassador, Adamawa State, Mr. Kevin Peter, non-career ambassador, Adamawa, Chief Elijah Onyegba, non-career ambassador, Anambra, Professor Monique Ekpong, non-career ambassador, Cross River, Omini N. Eze, non-career ambassador, Ebonyi, Yahaya Mohamed Musa, non-career ambassador, Edo, Major General C.O. Ugu, non-career ambassador, Enugu, Dr. Hajara Salim, non-career ambassador, Gombe, Ambassador Yahaya Lawal, non-career ambassador, Katsina, Ademola Sereki, non-career ambassador, Lagos, Chief Sharafa Tunji Ishola, non-career ambassador, Ogun, Adejare Bello, non-career ambassador, Oshun, John J. Usanga, non-career ambassador, Akwa Ibom, Hamisu Umar Takalmawa, non-career ambassador, Kano, Philip K. Ikurushi, non-career ambassador, Bayelsha, Honorable Tazu Taimen, non-career ambassador, Benue, Al-Bashir Ibrahim Al-Hussein, non-career ambassador, Borno, Obezu Ijioma Chinyerem, non-career ambassador, Imo, Ali M. Magashi, non-career ambassador, Jigawa, Professor M.A. Makarifi, non-career ambassador, Kaduna, Henry John Omaku, non-career ambassador, Nasarawa, Sadia Ahmad Nuhu, non-career ambassador, Kano. Additional Alege, non-career ambassador, Oyo, Shehu Abdullahi Ibaipal, non-ambassador, Plateau, non-career ambassador, Plateau, Honorable Maureen Tamuno, non-career ambassador, Rivers, Farouk Yabo, non-career ambassador, Sokoto, Abubakar Moriki, non-career ambassador, Zamfara, Adamu M. Hussein, non-career ambassador, Taraba, Ibrahim Dallami, Abubakar, non-career ambassador, Bauchi, Paul Oga Adiku, non-career ambassador, Benue, Jazuli Imam Galadanchi, non-career ambassador, Kano, Olundare Philip Awoni, non-career ambassador, Kogi, Kayode Ibrahim Laro, non-career ambassador, Kwara, Abioye Mohamed Bello, non-career ambassador, Kwara, Zahra Muazu Umar, non-career ambassador, Kwara, Mrs. Opinini Orikaba Akingbe, non-career ambassador, Ondo, Debo Adeshina, non-career ambassador, Oyo, Mrs. Fola Kemi Akinyele, non-career ambassador, Oyo, Mr. Suleiman Sani, career ambassador, FCT, Omar Jeba, non-career ambassador, Delta, as career, non-career ambassadors of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? We go to confirmation. Confirmation. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Engineer Omar Suleiman for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Mr. Kevin Peter for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Chief Elijah Onyegba for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Professor Monique Ekpong for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Omini N. Eze for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Yama Mohammed Musa for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Yahya Mohammed Musa for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. The nomination of Yahya Mohammed Musa is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Major General C.O. Ugu for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Yahya Mohammed Musa is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Major General C.O. Ugu for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Major General C.O. Ugu is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Dr. Hajara Salim for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Dr. Hajara Salim is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Ambassador Yahya Lawal for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Ambassador Yahya Lawal is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Ademola Sereki for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Ademola Sereki is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Chief Sharafa Tunji Ishola for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Chief Sharafa Tunji Ishola is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Adejare Bello for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Chief Adejare Bello is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of John J. Usanga for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of John J. Usaga is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Hamisu Umar Takalmawa as non-career for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Hamisu Umar Takalmawa is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Philip Ukurushi for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Philip Ukurushi is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Honorable Tazu Tayemen for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Honorable Tazu Tayemen is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Al-Bashir Ibrahim Al-Hussein for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Al-Bashir Ibrahim Al-Hussein is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Obezu Ijeoma Chinyeram for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Obezu Ijeoma Chinyeram is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Ali M. Magashi for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Ali M. Magashi is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Professor M.A. Makarfi for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Professor M.A. Makarfi is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Henry John Omaku for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Henry John Omaku is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Sadia Ahmad Nuhu for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Sadia Ahmad Nuhu is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Adeshino Alege for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Adeshino Alege is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Sheikh Abdullahi Yabakwal for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Sheikh Abdullahi Yabakwal is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Honorable Maureen Tamno for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Honorable Maureen Tamno is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Farouk Yabo for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Farouk Yabo is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Abubakar Moriki for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Abubakar Moriki is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Adamu M. Hassan for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Adamu M. Hassan is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Ibrahim Dallami Abubakar for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Ibrahim Dallami Abubakar is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Paul Oga Adiku for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Paul Oga Adiku is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Jazuli Imam Galadanchi for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. The nomination of Jazuli Imam Galadanchi is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Olundare Philip Awoni for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Olundare Philip Awoni is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Kayode Ibrahim Laro for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Kayode Ibrahim Laro is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Abioe Mohamed Bello for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Abioe Mohamed Bello is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Zahara Muazu Omar for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Zahara Muazu Omar is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Mrs. Opinimi Orikaba Akungbe for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Mrs. Opinimi Orikaba Akungbe is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Debo Adeshino as for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Debo Adeshino is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Ms. Fola Kemi Akinyele for appointment for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The appointment of Mrs. Folakemi Akinyele is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Mr. Suleiman Sani for appointment as career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The appointment of Mr. Suleiman Sani is hereby confirmed as career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Will the Senate confirm the nomination of Omar Jeba for appointment as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The nomination of Omar Jeba is hereby confirmed as non-career ambassador of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Distinguished colleagues, thank you very much. This is the much we can do for the confirmations. We are finished with confirmations. Niger and Yobe, you go and sort out your issues. And yeah, that is another matter. I want to send this message to those nominees who have failed to interact with senators from their states. It is in the interest of everyone that we have the interaction take place. Whether you are an ambassador or a member of the National Assembly or a minister, we will all be working for the same people. So it is instructive that we have this interaction. We have confirmed almost everybody that our committee has screened and presented to us. But if a nominee here has not had an interaction with senators from his state or her state, it is very, very important that before you are posted, you do that, and we would like to hear that that has taken place. And for our colleagues, this is one of those confirmations that will re-energize our bases in the various countries that they will be posted to. One thing that is obvious is we have many, many embassies and high commissions across the world. I think we have to take the right decision. Either we fund these embassies properly as much as our resources can take, or we should consider merging some of them. Because there is no point we send people overseas to represent us and then they are left on their own in some cases. I'm sure the chairman, Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, understands this very, very well, because you have been in this job since 1999 when you chaired our first committee on foreign affairs in the House of Representatives, and you are once an ambassador yourself. So we need to always remember that if we send people to represent Nigeria, it is very important that they are given the wherewithal to represent Nigeria very well in the Committee of Nations. Congratulations to all the nominees. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, the seventh order of the day is the presentation and consideration of the report of the Committee on Power on addressing Nigeria's power sector problems. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the distinguished Senator Gabriel Suswam to move the motion for the Senate to receive and consider the report of the committee.
Senator Gabriel Suswam.
Mr. President, Dr. Gabriel Suswam. Mr. President, I want to remind these hallowed chambers that this report was laid before these chambers on the 19th of March 2020. Copies were equally distributed to senators. Unfortunately, Mr. President, we're closing down, so we couldn't consider the report. So, even though copies were distributed earlier, it's about 2 months, we have asked that copies should be distributed to all senators to recollect and refresh their memories. If senators have copies, I can go ahead. Are we?
DSP, you are raising your hand. Distinguished colleagues, this is a very important report. So we will need to pay attention to the presentation so that we're able to participate in the discussion thereafter. So, Senator Suswam, present your report, but I will advise that you don't have to read everything here, but let's give us the highlights of the major issues, and then you go to findings and then the recommendations. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Like I said, the report was laid here on 19th of March, almost about 4 months. And so, Mr. President, I will go through the executive summary in an abridged form and then refer senators to page 46, where we have the summary of the actions, recommended actions that will be taken. Arising from the issues confronting the Nigeria electricity supply industry and the concerns of the Senate that Nigeria's economic growth potential is being stagnated due to the epileptic power supply to the nation, the Senate review NESI led to 7 resolutions on addressing Nigerian power problems, included the need to hold a roundtable discussion, which, Mr. President, was held on 19th of December last year at the NAF Conference Center, where all the stakeholders in the power sector were invited. In view of the varying positions and options presented by these stakeholders, the following recommendations were made. Mr. President, I will not go through the recommendations, but from page 5 to page 5 to page 9, the recommendations are there. But Mr. President, I want to specifically mention recommendation 10, which is on page 8, which to me is also very important. That is review of the Electricity Power Sector Reform Act. Mr. President, you recall that in 2004, when this National Assembly passed the Reform Act, it was intended to create an enabling environment for the government at that time to privatize the entire sector. That has been done. And since that has been done, Mr. President, issues have arisen from that privatization because these entities are now in the private hands. And so issues that were not contemplated or anticipated have now arisen, which necessitate this National Assembly to come up with a complete, comprehensive Electricity Act. This was a Reform Act. As it is now, the country doesn't have an Electricity Act. What we had is a Reform Act. So this public hearing and the committee recommended number 10 so that the Senate will now allow the committee to go into presenting an Electricity Act to this honorable, to this hallowed chambers. Mr. President, having said that, I would like members to go to page 46, where we have summary of recommendations and actions and steps to be taken. First, page 46. Mr. President, the most controversial issue in the power sector, which you have addressed with the President of the Federal Republic, is the issue of the cost-reflective tariff. Because of the illiquidity in the sector, the NEC, which is saddled with the responsibility of regulating the sector, has recommended that there should be an increase in tariff in electricity. But Mr. President, you met with the leadership and NEC and other stakeholders and agreed that in view of the circumstances that we are facing now, that this
tariff should be shifted to first quarter of next year. And the President of the Federal Republic also agree with you. Mr. President, another problem is that of metering. From the record that about 10 million Nigerians are connected to the network, but only 4 million are metered. Metering is a major part of stabilizing the sector, because if people are metered, collection becomes easy. And so the issue of metering too is a challenge, and we recommend that at least before first quarter, when we are expecting that tariff will be increased, that most Nigerians who are on the network should be metered, so that we will avoid this estimated billing, which is highly exploitative. Then, Mr. President, we also realize that there is no alignment in the sector. There is no alignment from generation to transmission to distribution. And because of that lack of alignment, you hear that we have installed capacity of 13,000 megawatts. Meanwhile, transmission are saying that they can wheel about 7,000, and then distribution are saying that, well, what we can take is only 3,500. So there has to be an alignment. If we are generating 13,000 and transmission is wheeling 13,000 and distribution is also distributing 13,000, Mr. President, the problem of electricity supply in this country would have been solved. So we realize that there has to be an alignment in the sector for us to achieve, or for the President to achieve, the promise which he made to Nigeria of giving them electricity. The other one is that of cost of electricity. Because of this lack of alignment, we're unable, even the stakeholders, the people, the regulator cannot convincingly tell you what it costs to produce a kilowatt of electricity in this country. And we think that that is important. That will also form part of determining how much people are going to be paying for electricity. So we identified that, and we felt that the regulator should take steps to determine the cost of producing 1 kilowatt of electricity in the country. Mr. President, another very important problem which we realized was lack of quality data. If we don't have quality data with integrity, Mr. President, it will be impossible and impracticable for you to actually make plans. For us to plan properly in this, like the data that they have given that 10 million Nigerians only are on the network, has no integrity because it's speculative. And so if we want the sector to work very well, Mr. President, there's a need for us to encourage the regulator to come up with quality data that has integrity so that we can have proper planning. For instance, Nigerians will be properly enumerated, properly metered, and then collection become easy, and we can determine how much Nigerians will eventually pay for the electricity that is delivered to them. Mr. President, another issue is that of political interference. In a political environment, this should ordinarily be normal. But once you put entities in private hands, it becomes...
Sergeant at Arms, the chamber is becoming warm. Please, can you check the air conditioning?
Mr. President, I was talking about one of the problems that we also realized is that of political interference. These entities were privatized. Now, it will be incongruous for political interference to continue to interfere with the running of the industry. But ordinarily, this is for public service. And so it is difficult to also completely avoid political interference. But political interference here, Mr. President, should be minimal so that this sector can flow with efficiency. Now, the issue of capacity building in the sector is a very technical sector. Unfortunately, we don't have technical hands that are enough for them to run the sector. So we're recommending that there is an agency that is saddled with this called NEMSA, that NEMSA should be properly funded so that they can train Nigerians who will be working in the sector and create efficiency. For instance, Mr. President, now that meters, people are allowed to bring in all kinds of meters. If we don't have the capacity for them to determine the standard and the quality of these meters, it could just become a dumping ground. And so the issue of capacity is also very important in the sector. In conclusion, Mr. President, the above outcome of the Senate Roundtable discussion on power and proposed recommendation by stakeholders provides the areas for the legislature to focus on in order to fast-track the development of the Nigerian electricity supply industry. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the committee, I thank the Senate for the opportunity to serve in this regard. Mr. President, I thank you and my colleagues.
Well, I look at the. Can you give us an idea of what you want to you are suggesting to do in metering?
Mr. President, the responsibility of metering actually resides with the distribution companies. What we realize is that none of them has the capacity in terms of liquidity to do that. So my recommendation, the committee recommendation, is that government owns 40% of these entities. And so government should intervene in terms of bringing bulk meters and then giving it to the distribution companies so that they will have an arrangement how they can pay back government. They have done this before. When they gave them 213 billion to stabilize the sector from the central bank, they are paying back that money. So if these people are unable to meter Nigerians and they genuinely don't have the money, now government can use its 40% as equity contribution in bringing meters and then giving it to them the same way they gave them 213 billion that they should pay back. If they do that, Mr. President, collection will become easier. The sector will become solvent, and once it is solvent, investors will come in more. But as it is now, no single investor is ready to invest into the power sector in Nigeria because the sector is not solvent. And most investors will want to make profit from this. As it stands now, there are all losses. All the people who have invested in it, even the Gencos that seems to be doing fine, are also losing money. The distribution companies is even worse. And so the metering, government has to intervene. And how do they do that? They can buy bulk meters. Instead of using part of these intervention monies like the 600 billion, that they still have some money, part of that money can be used in purchase of bulk meters in order to give them to the distribution so that Nigerians will be metered after the enumeration. But before then, the regulator, which is NEC, need to give us the data of how many Nigerians are enumerated to be on the network. Because 10 million out of 200 million, I think, is understated, Mr. President. That means we don't even know how many Nigerians are on the network in the country. So NEC should also give us the actual enumerated Nigerians who are on the network. In that wise, it becomes easier to determine how many meters, if the federal government decides to intervene, how many meters they will bring in so that people will be properly metered, and then the sector become liquid as we move forward.
You said the Gencos and the Discos don't have the money. They took over this national asset since maybe 2014, was it? 2013. So if they don't have the resources, how do we make progress? Because this is a privatized sector, more or less, maybe semi-privatized because we still have 40% going to government. But if the people with 60% don't have resources, how sustainable is it that government should continue to give them money?
Well, Mr. President, I have looked at other countries, developing economies, such as India, South Africa, Mexico, Chile. And Mr. President, in those places, too, government have privatized these entities. But there's no way that there won't be some element of subsidy because it's public service. South Africa, which is doing better than any of the developing economies in terms of supply of electricity, government is still providing subsidies. India, which is the biggest, government is still providing subsidies, especially to the poor and the farmers. And so I believe that in spite of privatization, and this privatization is not full, 60%, 40%, it means that government still have a substantial say in what goes on in these privatized entities. And so if government continue to provide subsidy, and you will recall, Mr. President, that in the investigative public hearing, we agree that by first quarter of next year, government should back out from these subsidies. But as it is now, there's no way that government can avoid spending money in this because it's public service and is highly political as well. Because if government stop providing the subsidy, this entire industry will collapse as it stands now. Until people are properly enumerated, people are properly metered, and they reduce the commercial and collection losses that are experienced in the sector. If we don't do this, of course, we'll have to continue to spend money. And government, if we have 40% in an enterprise, Mr. President, you should be interested in what goes on there. This privatization was done based on 40 ground. The parameters were all 40. And so it is not that you blame the owners of these entities, because government, there's this mutual breach of all the provisions as regards what was in the privatization, both on government side and the private people. Now, what we need to do now that can be helpful is that government will take interest in metering. If metering come and these people are collecting enough money, government will stop the subsidy. But to stop subsidy in power supply is something that even in developed economies such as Britain and America, governments still give a very small percentage of subsidies, especially to the poor people. And so in our own case, the money is so much because there's inefficiency in collection. Once we create inefficiency by metering and enumerating properly, of course, we'll be able to reduce to the minimal level the subsidy, or rather the intervention. Government doesn't want to call it a subsidy. They are calling it intervention, but Mr. President, it's subsidy that they are providing. For us to reduce that subsidy, let us enumerate people, get quality data, meter them, and then the sector will become solvent.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you are one of the few members of the National Assembly that can be said to have been involved with the power sector for a long time. You are chairman, House Committee on Power, sometimes back home, and House of Reps. Now, even if we are providing subsidy, do you think it's the right thing to be giving Discourse and Gencos money rather than, this is supposed to be a private business. Why should we be giving them money all the time? Why should we?
You know, this is a major problem. I was just summarizing it because of time. Mr. President, most of the sources of fuel for our plant is gas, because we have about only three or four major hydropowers that use water. Majority of the power plants we have are thermal plants, which their source of fuel is gas. Now, there are gas arrangement that, because the generators
are unable to get their money from discos, enough for them to pay for the gas. Government need to subsidize that. Otherwise, once the generators are unable to generate electricity, Mr. President, it means that the entire country will be in darkness. But if the discos, Mr. President, if the discos now meter people properly, and that is why it is important for government to use their 40% equity to bring in meters. If they are metered properly and collection is enough for the discos to pay the invoices that come from generators, Mr. President, government will back out from the subsidy. But as it is now, we have to continue with that subsidy, even though these entities are half privatized. If they are fully privatized like GENCOs, GENCOs are 100% privatized. And so the only problem why government is paying them money is because the discos are unable to charge full tariff. That is another kettle of fish altogether. For instance, Mr. President, the cost reflective tariff is supposed to be 50 naira. Government is saying that you can't charge 50 naira because people can't pay, charge only 30 naira. So government is paying the difference of 20 naira. That is what has run into trillions of naira. For them to stop doing that, they will have to bring in meters. Meter people and the discos will begin to collect their full money, and then will allow them eventually to charge cost reflective tariff. And that is what you settled that it should start first quarter of next year. Once they start cost reflective tariff, they will have no reason not to pay the invoices that come from GENCOs. But for now, GENCOs have to pay the gas suppliers, and those gas suppliers will not wait. They have to be paid in full. So the money that are given to discos, first it was 701 billion. About 80% of that money went into GENCOs for payment to gas suppliers. The 600 billion, which they have already spent about 380 in it, that money is also going to gas suppliers via GENCOs. For us to stop doing that, there has to be proper enumeration of customers, proper metering, and cost-reflective tariff. Since government have decided that there should be no cost-reflective tariff, they have to be paying that difference, and it's different of about 20 naira. That is why the subsidy will continue to come to this sector, Mr. President.
Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, I am, my distinguished colleagues, I'm quite appreciative. We were part of the system, although Senator Siswam seemed to know more in depth than I do, including my minority leader. They don't know more about these issues than myself. But, Mr. President, to me, the issue from an economistic point of view is that the power sector, like we all know, has three components. The generation component, well, actually, let's say four. The gas people, the gas fields who supply the gas to the GENCOs, who now send their whatever they do to the transmitters, and then transmitters to the distributors. Now, what has happened is that almost all the money that the federal government has given as so-called subsidies or support has been in at the level of generation to pay for the gas, to increase capacity by having the GENCOs to generate electricity. Now, after they do generation of electricity, sometimes the GENCOs were even forced to turn in the power they could generate. But that power, because the gas had already come, had to be paid for. So sometimes we are paying for electricity not even generated, but we have to pay under an agreement that we had entered. Of course, at the level of the transmission, we are also having a lot of problems like transmission losses and several other issues. So the transmission itself could take up to about 7,000 or 8,000 capacity. By the time you go to the distribution infrastructure, some of which is more than 40 years old, it has not been rehabilitated. Now, that's why they talk about technical, commercial, and distribution losses and everything. So what has happened is that it is at the level of the distribution where the money is collected to pay the transmitters and to pay the generators. But that is where the inefficiencies are. That's where most of the inefficiency is. Since they cannot pay, so the government investment have been in the generation side. At the level of the distribution side, almost nothing. Technical losses, commercial losses. We don't even know the number of, they don't even know the number of their consumers. So they cannot even collect the revenue that could be able to service all these, collection problems and all this lack of information, a lot of inefficiencies at the distribution level. Now, the major challenge, like Senator Susom has tried to point out, is that if we can come out and resolve the inefficiencies, that are at the distribution level, we cannot do that. Those companies now cannot be able to do that, even if they are good. They are not viable. The revenue that they collect, they cannot go to the bank based on the amount of money they collect from their distribution to collect money as loans to invest in that distribution infrastructure, because no bank will give them money. Because the moment they show their returns, no bank can give them money to do any investment. So what we are saying now is that if we want to resolve these issues, we have to come back and do some major investment in the distribution side of the chain so that we can be able to raise enough revenue to service the entire sector. And that, if we do that, then the investment, the money that we are spending in the generation level will also come down, because the money that we are now going to be able to collect will obviate the need for you to pay for power that has been generated and not distributed. So the major challenge now really is to see if we can get the necessary resources to invest on the distribution side. And with the 40% that the government has, it can now invest as a partner in the 40% value that they have in the distribution sector, so that they can introduce resources at that level to revolutionize the infrastructure, to renew the entire the entire distribution chain. The technology of distribution has to be upgraded. I think that's why Siemens is coming in, to take part of the transmission and also part of the distribution side. But a lot of investment has to be made.
Leader, you can round up so that we go to the recommendations. Senator Samuel. Distinguished colleagues, we are not going to do a debate. We have recommendations. We just want to understand the way the investigation went on, so that we can vote on the recommendations. Senator Samuel.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank the committee for the job well done. But, Mr. President, any building that is based on the wrong foundation can never stand. That's the problem with the power sector. I was a board member of TCL before I came to the Senate. So I have an idea of the unbundling the federal government did by this privatization by the last administration. And I want to say that privatization was very, very faulty. Both the DISCO, the GENCO, that is given into private hands, was highly compromised. I was a board member of TCL. We had Manitoba as the technical partner then to oversee the entire thing. But that again was also fraud. We were there as board members and we saw a lot of money in dollars going out to these companies without doing anything. For you to be able to be one of the DISCOs or GENCOs, you must have technical knowledge and financial capacity. But most of them don't have it. So it was an arrangement that was put in a hurry without due diligence in many cases. I'm sorry to say that. And because they don't have the capacity, even if we put all the money this government has into this sector, the sector will be happening. So my simple position is that the privatization was not properly done. And until we visit that privatization issue and get the capable hands to run, to become the Gencos and the Discos, we will continue to have the same problem. That's my simple submission. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gashon Bassi, Cross River South. Mr. President, I'm a member of this committee, and I want to say that the chairman, Senator Suswan, has captured the issues in this report extremely well. But I want to just highlight two basic points that came out in the course of our roundtable. One is the issue of gas pricing. I don't know if we know this, but the gas, which is the fundamental throughput for electricity in this country, is priced in US dollars. So the people that pay for gas, which is the main source of, the main energy source, they pay for it in dollars. And they do not pay local prices, they pay international prices for this gas. So ab initio, at the foundation of our electricity generation, we have a very serious problem because we have foreign exchange issues. That is number one. And I think we need to be very conversant with this fact so that we know that they say you start solving a problem from first principles. This is the first principle, that we are paying for our energy in dollars. That now, the second issue, which is a double whammy for the industry, the second issue is what Senator Suswan has talked about, which is the funding gap in our tariffs, where we are paying the tariffs that are being paid are not at commercial rates. And this is a problem because there are social issues also attached. We cannot expect Nigerians to pay commercial rates because they cannot afford it. But at the same time, we are expecting the Gencos and the Discos and the entire value chain to be run on a commercial basis. So we have a problem. Government has to step in and subsidize. And so I think that we have to be a bit more detailed at all levels. At all levels. Of course, there are the issues of, I mean, you look at the distribution infrastructure, for instance. If the distribution infrastructure could be fixed by the Discos, if they were charging commercial rates. You look at the transmission, the money paid for transmission, you look at the whole thing is affected by the tariffs. So I think that we need to, we need to stop this approach of having the perfect be the enemy of the good. We are going somewhere with our electricity industry, and we have to go there step by step. Just because there is a problem today does not mean that we must set aside throughout the whole thing, the baby with the bathwater. We need to painstakingly start to solve these problems because they are complex problems and they are problems that we have to apply brain power to solve. We shouldn't just look for very easy solutions because these solutions will not take us anywhere. They will probably take us back to where we started. So I want to congratulate the committee, of course I'm a member, for a painstaking job. There's a subsequent report coming from the committee based on further work we have done. And I want to urge the executive to painstakingly approach this electricity industry, power industry, so that we can find lasting solutions. And those solutions will not be in one fell swoop. It will be incremental. But as we incrementally find solutions, we will get to El Dorado. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Oje Uzokalo, Abia North. Mr. President, initially the privatization went on a very faulty way. And we cannot do anything unless we go back to the drawing board. None of these companies that they sold out these companies to is liquid.
They are not going to do it. Even if you put $100 trillion, they are not going to do it. One, they don't have the expertise. They don't have the ability to do it. When we are starting this privatization, our course was to, if you want to talk about gas supply oil, you bring a Japanese gas to partner with Nigerians. One, they have ability to borrow because you need a lot of money. If you are talking about generating, you need General Electric or somebody else to partner with a Nigerian company because you also need a lot of money. And the interest rate in Nigeria cannot carry the ability to borrow here. We are not going to, it's not going to be possible. We cannot continue relying on World Bank. Every day they say World Bank are giving us 3 point something, hurrying us to increase our tariffs. No. The answer is bringing the multinationals, either from America, Japan, elsewhere, and they partnering with Nigerian generating and distribution companies. That's the only way. Otherwise, government can be a government of spending. We are not going to see the answer. And that is the truth. Anybody telling you, excuse me, order. Anybody telling you government will put 600 billion, tomorrow it will be well because they are paying subsidy. Well, in the first place, why did we privatize the companies? These companies were privatized because they were in government hand. And you are now asking government to continue putting money. It's not realistic. We're not going to do that because it's not economically viable. And it's not going to work, for God's sake. You will continue pumping in money for who? Where? Who is going to be the beneficiary? The essence of business is profit making. You must make profit. We're not talking about, if these companies cannot make profit, they should sell back the asset back to government. Government will privatize and bring new companies to pay over. These things are not going to work. Government will continue to be Father Christmas. It's not going to work anywhere. And it's not going to work in Nigeria. I don't know how you are going to do it. But what I saw I'm a member of this committee, but all the things I have seen will not work. Get experts, they will tell you it won't work. You sold companies, you continue funding the companies. Who is a fool? How stupid are we? Are we really want to maintain or protect the people who you are trying to protect? Putting 600 billion? Go to partnership with the multinational companies and let Nigerians have less percentage. They put money on 2%. And that will work. And I bet you, Mr. President, we need to go back to the drawing board. Thank you very much.
Deputy Chief.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I'm also a member of this committee, and while I agree that we've done some very good job, but let me say that for me, it has always been what I would say, comme ci, comme ça. The more you see, the less you understand. I was in this committee in the 8th Senate. We did quite a number of work. And there is one key issue that we keep running away from. The private sector says government has no business in business. Hand over this thing to us. My key understanding is that, yes, when you are handing over to a private sector, the criteria clearly is that they have technical capacity and they have financial muscle. Now, what we were told is that the GEMCOs were sold, or is it DISCOs particularly, they were sold on the basis of those who have capacity to reduce aggregate technical, commercial, and collection losses. Now, if we take it on the surface value and look at what is happening, ever since these assets were handed over to these people, the key question we need to ask is, what value have they added? What value have they added in terms of the distribution network that they collected? And so, you see today, you cannot collect your money, even from the little electricity that is available. What we keep hearing from Nigerians is crazy bill, estimated billing, yet we are expecting that these people will have been able to put meters. Now, what I can say clearly is, and I think some speakers have said so, The discos do not even know who their consumers are. I know there are quite a couple of them that are trying their best. They brought in, is it MAP, they call it, or whatever. But the point I'm saying, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, is that even at this rate, what is the efficiency of collection in terms of metering consumers and collecting money based on available electricity? And if you check the report, page 28 is where we address the issue of the ATC and C losses. And you will see that already, even from there is already a problem. Because while the estimate that was being used is 40%, if you ask who did the estimate, even at that 40%, I don't think that data is correct. And I think that is why the chairman was saying that there is issue of data. The moment you have a faulty data, you don't even know what is happening within the sector. So how can you use a faulty data to plan? So I think, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, we have a very serious issue at our hand. I may not have a solution to how we are going to handle that, but the reality is that, honestly, we may have to bite the bullet and take a very difficult decision so that the right people can be put in place to do what needs to be done.
All right, sure.
Thank you, Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues. I should Ahmed Binani representing Adamawa Central. Mr. President, I'm going to be very, very brief. Mr. President, this is a job well done by the committee. I'm also a member of the committee. But I think if we are really looking out for the underlying problem, is just one. That is government subsidizing, pumping in money every now and then. Mr. President, what is the reason behind it? The reason is just one. That is, GENCOs are producing X megawatt. And discos, the distribution, what is being distributed, what is being transmitted is Y megawatt. So the difference is being paid by the federal government, which is not being consumed by the citizen of Nigeria. So, which means we have X amount of money, just like that, about 15 billion naira every month for what is not being consumed. If 13 megawatt is being generated and 3 to 4 megawatt is being transmitted, then the agreement that has been signed said you must pay for what is being generated, meaning you must pay for the 13 megawatt, even if you are transmitting 13,000, even if you are transmitting 3 to 4,000 megawatt. Mr. President, this is very, very unrealistic. It's only in this country that you will see a contract signed like this, and for a very lengthy period of time, maybe 20 years. 20 years, we have mortgaged this country for 20 years as far as this power sector is concerned. And I think the agreement said if Nigeria wants to back out, there is a very, very huge amount of money that you need to pay before you back out. Mr. President, it's crazy. So if we really want to get this power sector correct, if we really want to get it back on track, we have to take it as a head-on collision and see how to retract this agreement so that we can start on a very, very level playing ground. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Mohammed Sani Musa from Niger East Senatorial District. My comment is going to be short, just like distinguished Senator Binani. The power sector has been said to be liberalized in a way. That is during the previous administrations. Everybody in this country knows before now that power is being generated via hydroelectricity dams like the Kainji, Shiroro, Jaba, and the rest. Then they came with the issue that all the IOCs in this country should be able to put a plant that will generate power for this country. In the process, we did not allow these IOCs to go ahead to doing it, or there wasn't serious checks on them. And why was it like this? Is because of interest. If we look at Mambila, we've been talking of Mambila for over 30 years. But something is going wrong somewhere. Just as she said, some people will come with a beautiful proposal, seek World Bank to guarantee it, go to multilaterals, collect funds, and say we are going to put generating plants, when we very well know that the transmission is not there. All the transmission lines are almost dead. Before the inception of this administration, the transmission lines in this country was almost as there was nothing. Then discos were sold. It wasn't sold competitively. It was patronage. It was patronage. Gencos were sold. It was patronage. It was patronage. So as she said, if we cannot have it right now, we will just be sitting here wasting our time in this country that we want to put our electricity to get 24/7 lights possible. It's not going to be possible. Those agreements that we did, we need to go back to those agreements. Look at them very well. We are not far away from the P&ID agreement that we have in the power sector today. What distinguished Senator Ojikalu said is the truth. We have not gotten it right, not until we digest what is here and bring out those facts that will make a difference. We will continue to be deceiving ourselves that we are going to get this right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abiola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very distinguished colleague. I join other members to commend the committee and also commend the leadership. This is second in a row. The first one was the issue on security, where a roundtable was discussed. Now it's on power sector. And it is my hope that at the end of the day, the recommendation of the committee will be transmitted to the executive for possible implementation. Mr. President, a lot has been said. The privatization comes with a huge burden which was yet to be resolved up till now. The first day we go into this privatization exercise, a week after, for those who succeeded in getting these discos and the gencos, were given loan by the Central Bank of Nigeria. To do what with? Nobody's asking any question. As we speak today, Mr. President, the situation of our power sector has not changed. Some people are trying to place figures as to what the federal government set aside every month. It's in the range of 25 billion, which we call the bulk trading, paid by the Ministry of Finance to all the gencos and the discos. Gencos, every month. I give you an instance, Mr. President. The disco, the distribution in my own senatorial district, they came into my estate that for me to have lights 24 hours, I need to pay more. So if they are charging $750 in this next house, if I'm paying 15, I will have more light than the other. It's happening, it's life. That shows there is no even transparency in what they are doing. They have, each of these disco and gencos have more than 10 bank accounts. The owners of this company are flying in private jets. They are going everywhere. With whose money? And I'm most sincere with you, Mr. President. This that we have started,
is a right step in the right direction. The committee has painstakingly worked on this sector for days to come up with this report. I hope it will be given due recognition to its fullest, because there are a lot of issues. If you go to the transmission end, they will tell you that until government is able to do this, they can't do this. Thank God for your intervention in stopping increase in tariff. Maybe by now, every sector will have been shut down. And I hope that going forward, with this step we have taken today, is at least a step in the right direction to put a stop and a pay to all this rubbish happening in the power sector. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Abubakar Kari, Senator representing Borno North. Like so many other speakers, I'm also a member of this committee. And Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, one of the findings that we found out, especially the controversial take-or-pay on Azura contract, is that there's an Aqua gas. There's a plant, but there's no facility to transmit the power. And yet, the government went ahead and signed a contract of take or pay. Government.
Minority leader. After you privatize, you cause the problem. You privatize this thing.
The issue of shareholding of the government in discourse. Like the Chief Whip has stated, and Senator Sani Musa, the allocation, quote unquote, allocation of these companies to individuals or businesses was done on patronage. And we all know who the owners of these discos are. It's open, we know. And they were attached. They will say, okay, we assigned this disco to a particular person. And that was what was done, Mr. Chairman. You know, you were part of it.
Mr. President, protect me.
No,
Sorry, what happened? What do you need protection? What's the threat? No, I want to know the threat. You are informed or you are involved? Well, in your capacity as former chairman of the House Committee on Power.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the protection. I have also mentioned to discourse at the meeting that should also be responsible to themselves. Nobody within them, even the shareholder, 40%, the Nigerian shareholders cannot come out and tell us precisely how much their collections are every month. They only come to the table and declare, and nobody has any proof to cross-check precisely how much they collected. We also knew right from even way back in 2015, some of the board members from the government side on the discourse enjoy some perks and privileges that is above their primary assignment, especially those from BPE. And we also mentioned at that time that that is complicit, because instead of them to go there and protect the interests of the government, they also align themselves with the private investors. It's still going on now. Whenever we invite discourse, we never see anybody from the government side with the discourse. It's only the private individuals that come. There are so many issues issue of metering, for instance. We went to a facility of Abuja Disco just 3 days ago, on Monday. We were here. Father Osi, you were there. Senator Father Osi, Senator Kola was also there. We saw a lot of meters. And we were told, we said, people are crying for meters. Why are you holding these meters here? And they said, these meters will finish in 5 days. They're not there. But you could clearly see that the meters were there for over a year because there are bushes and shrubs growing around them. And you could see that they have been there for over a year. And you can't tell us that it will finish in 5 days. So discos are not metering. And the meters are there. And if as a private investor, like everybody also said, that you should also invest. Case in point, Mr. President, Yola Disco, for instance. They say the reason why I said that the way and manner these discos were allocated at that time was fraudulent. Yola Disco, because at that time the insecurity in the Northeast just started, and it was also given as an added, if you want to buy, I think it was Ibadan Disco. If you want to buy Ibadan, you must take Yola. And that was how it was, Yola was handed over to the same group. After a year, force majeure was submitted. Didn't they know that there was insecurity at that time when it was added? Why would they add Yola to Ibadan? Was it not because of the insecurity? But as we were talking today, there is a huge amount of money that is to be paid back as compensation for that, while everybody knew that there was a problem in the Northeast prior to that. And today, even if you go and look at how much electricity gets to the Northeast or to Yola Disco, is the least in the country because of inefficiency of the system. With these few remarks, Mr. President, I think with what we have done so far, yes, we have done a lot of work, painstakingly, but there's a lot more that meets the eye. I think we need to sit down, go back to the drawing board, and critically look at the issues. Yes, we know there are issues of cost-reflective tariff. NEC has brought out a terminology now, which I actually align myself with, that is called service-reflective tariff, not cost. Because nobody can tell you the cost of producing 1 megawatt today. Because it's a cartel, it's all shrouded in secrecy. Nobody knows. They will tell you this is how much gas is. Like Senator Gashambas has mentioned, gas, a local product, in fact, should be to our own benefit as a country, but it's denominated in dollar. Now, they say, okay, the OICs are the ones producing the gas, and their cost is based on dollar. If you are going to pay even local crude in dollar, then gas should also be in dollar. But why should it be in that manner? Why can't we sit down and have a gas to power? The gas to power policy should address this issue. Let us look at it from the local content, local view, that this particular product, a local product, a God-given resource, should be to the benefit of this country. So at the end of the day, we should have a pricing that is affordable, and everybody, and like when sometimes they will say, okay, why is there power not in this particular region? They say because there are no investors or there are no off-takers. Now, which one comes first? Just like the case of chicken or the egg. They are not investing. They are not investing in reaching out to other areas. The number of consumers, when you look at it from 2013 to now, what percentage has it increased? Like the chairman rightly pointed, out of a population of 200 million, yes, we are still dealing with 10 million customers. And may I ask, how many subscribers of GSM do we have? It runs into tens, almost 100 million. But here is a system, a facility that has been there for so many years, since the era of ECN that we know of, NEPA, PHCN, today Discos, Jankos, TCN, we are still hovering around 10 million. I believe there is much more that needs to be done. We need to look deep into the issue because government cannot continue paying that subsidy. So far, government had paid 1.5 trillion, 1.6 trillion, thereabouts, which could have, Mr. President, you actually mentioned it during the opening of the public hearing, that money should go, look, we have 14 million out-of-school children. 1.6 trillion in 4 years or 5 years. So it's huge, it's a big burden. And I think it's about time we sit down and discuss and talk about this issue. Thank you very much.
Senator Rossi. Senator Fadausi.
Mr. President, thank you, distinguished colleagues. I will not continue to explain what my distinguished colleagues have said. And my own view about the whole problem is we cannot continue to fund a leprosy baby. When NEPA handed over then, they were generating 4,000 megawatts. Today, we talk about 1.3 trillion the federal government has sunk into it. We are still generating less than that. So it's a bad business. I think we have to call for total review of the whole agreement. There's no need for bulk passing. Like my brother, Senator Sonny said, whether they allocated this and that. They are human beings in this country. Since they are our people, we can review it. And it's getting too late because for us to review it, we have to do a lot of forensic auditing into the operations of the the GENCOs, the transmission, and the DISCOs. When you see the public, what it has gone there, it has gone beyond what we are saying. So my own suggestion is, if we really want light, if these people are not competent, there are a lot of people all over the world, including Nigeria, that are competent. It's either we expand the scope, we cancel the one that are really sinking our money for nothing, then the whole country will be okay. So my own suggestion is that we should look into the agreement very well and take a decision. Thank you.
Well, distinguished colleagues, let me thank the committee, the chairman and his members for the report of the round table. Actually, the more you listen to the stories, the more disconcerting, disillusioned, and discouraged you become. I think something fundamental has to be done. If we can afford to be in darkness for 1, 2, 3 months just to get it right, so be it. Because it's better than remaining perpetually in this situation. For some time, I've been advocating the review of these agreements. From the submissions by our colleagues, there's no way out of it. We just have to go back to that. Because whatever we do, we can't get it right. The wrong people have these national assets. They don't have the capacity, neither financial nor technical. And that ordinarily should have been the essence of privatization. that people or firms or concerns with the capacity, financial capacity, as well as the technical know-how. So I think we should advocate for something very, very serious in the line of reviewing. I don't know what the difference is between reviewing the agreements we signed to give away these national assets and not outright cancellation. I don't know, is there anybody who wants to advocate outright cancellation? What the lawyers among us, DSP, when we say we should review the agreements we signed, and the agreements, not only the power purchase agreements that we signed away 11 discourse, and I think 6 or 7 Jankros, but even this scandalous Azura and Aku gas that we pay tens of billions of naira every month for no service rendered. DSP, please.
Mr. President, this Azura situation is clearly another P&ID situation. There's no two ways about it. You cannot review that agreement. We are going to need to cancel that agreement outright. Otherwise, we have another P&D right there in our hands, clearly. I'm sorry, sir. With respect to the other agreements, these GENCOs and the other ones that are arisen from the privatization, you can't even be talking about review on that one, Mr. President, because if you're talking about review, what we've identified so far is lack of capacity. We have the wrong set of people holding these assets. What kind of review can take them out? You know, so clearly, those agreements will need to be cancelled because they don't have capacity. Because listening to my colleague OUK, you know, for even if it takes 100 years, there will be no solution, no matter what the kind of money you pump in. We're going to be back to square one. So something very, very drastic and radical, you know, will have to be done here. And I don't see how a review, because if you're going to be reviewing with the same parties, unless you're going to compel them to bring along with them those who have capacity, you know, to assist them carry out the services they contracted to provide. Because right now, they're not able to provide those services. They don't have the capacity, clearly. Even if you keep pumping this money in. When I listen to Governor Suswan talk about, what do you call it, talk about the subsidy. And I asked another of my colleague here who spoke, at what level? You know, at what level? OUK said it all. He said it all. The only way you cannot have privatized, you come and continue with subsidy. It doesn't matter to whom. But if there must be any form of subsidy at all, it should go to the lowest rung. That is the end user who can't afford it. That should be by way of vouchers for them. But any subsidy going to GENCOs, subsidy going to discos, Mr. President, can't be out of that. Thank you very much.
You know, DSP, I agree with you. When I went to declare the public hearing, the investigative public hearing open, I used one Hausa proverb at that time, that you sell, after you sold your goat, it comes back every day to your house to look for food. Instead of staying there. So you shouldn't have even sold it in the first place. If we will be giving these people, these companies, 700 billion, 600 billion, to the tune of over 1.5 trillion at the moment, and this thing is endless, I think the time has come for us to consider this privatization. When we came in anew, and Senator Suswam was appointed by the Senate as Chairman Power Committee, I decided to take briefings from different sectors, and the power sector, of course, also briefed me. In fact, the person who will brief me about Aku Gas and Azura warned me. He said he'd be shocked, and I was shocked. So I asked him to go to the US, to Washington, because the World Bank guaranteed this. We can't be paying 15 billion, 20 billion for no service. How do we renegotiate this? The World Bank said no. They warned us not to go into that agreement. Now, the only way to go out of it is to pay $1.2 billion. Is that correct? $1.5 billion. That this is the only way. With $1.2 billion, you can get our power sector working in most parts. So I think we need to do something fundamental. Honestly, it's not, with all due respect to our committee has done a lot of work. But I think no matter how much we ask for these resolutions, these recommendations, if this privatization remains valid, these companies will always come back to ask for money, for subsidy, for bailout. And why shouldn't we have kept our national assets? You know, so I want us to, in addition to this, we should have a fundamental additional recommendation. Senator Sirajuddin Ajibola.
Mr. President, I did not want to comment on the power because anytime we talk about power sector in Nigeria, I feel very sad and think that maybe 200 million Nigerians were very stupid. Yes, arguments have been canvassed as to do we review the agreement. Even as the national parliament that is scheduled with appropriation, have we looked at even copies of all these agreements and the several interpretations that are banded around? Yes, I know there are watertight agreements. I also know too that agreement does not play obligation on one side of a party. If there are competencies agreements, issues about whether there has not been fundamental breach of even that agreement by the people that are holding us will have to be examined. So I want to say, with respect, whatever we are doing as a parliament, let us get copies of all those agreements. Let us get people who are experts to give us an independent assessment and interpretation, clause by clause, of those, whether we can have exculpatory causes. I don't believe there's an agreement that cannot be faulted, and I don't believe an agreement that pay 100% obligation to service it. As it were now, whether it is $1.5 billion or $3.5 billion, I want to say that not only in our generation we will not have electricity in Nigeria, even unborn generation of Nigeria can never get electricity. So it is not for now. Part of going forward is that let the parliament, as the sovereign body of the Nigerian people, have a copies of every agreement, whether sub-agreement or so related to this. Let us get other opinion about it. Everybody will just come. If you breach this agreement, it will be like this. I have worked in corporate environment before, and I've known that fundamental agreements have been breached, and even when there are penalty clauses and liquidated damages, they never take cooperative because we have a defense to be able to do so. But for now, some of us are hampered. The agreement of power sector has become, in a book we read in primary school, they call it Ali and the Angel. They say anybody that enter, we see an angel. Anybody that enter, we see an angel. Or say the person is a bad man. So anybody that enter will come out and say, I saw angel, I saw angel. So they scare us a lot with this agreement. Let us, as a parliament, make a resolution. Let us have copy of this. Let us have independent legal and international opinion on this and see what obligations do we even have, and not the say so or people who benefit. Most of the people that benefited from this
are morass, are the ones that will come and tell us, if you do this thing will happen. Are they doing their obligations? Every day, we spend a lot of money on diesel for those who can afford. Those who cannot afford, you cannot run any economy. You can't even be a barber in Nigeria or an hairdresser without spending money on energy. Please, in the light of genuine commitment, not only to ourselves, to the generation unborn, we must get solution to this problem and this problem now. Please, and that is my submission.
Okay, about agreement. I got some agreements because I insisted, the speaker and I insisted on seeing some of the agreements. They discuss something. But I think I will go with your suggestion. Let's get all the agreements for the privatization. Definitely, there will be share purchase agreements before, that we signed with Discourse and Gencos. That should be part of our recommendation and insist on that. Secondly, all these gas suppliers that we sign agreements with, we need to see all the agreements. But let me say this, whether or not we see agreements or we don't, this sector needs very radical surgery. It's not possible to have electricity with current arrangement. With this arrangement, with this 11 discourse, who will ask for someone to pay additional money and then go back to government and ask for that shortfall that they have asked the person to pay, because they take double. Yes. If they ask you to pay more to get more regular electricity, they will go back and take their subsidy again. So we just have to find a way of dealing with it. So I think we will add in our recommendations, and Chairman, I think we will write this as a parliament, not even committee. We need to write to BPE. Is BPE in charge of all these agreements?
Mr. President, I can provide the agreement because I've already asked them and they have been given to me. No, you know the agreements are the same. The agreement for Gencos are the same. It's just the name of the companies that are changed. The agreement for Discos are the same. So I have the two agreements which I can provide to the Senate in the manner they want. But let me say something.
What about the gas suppliers?
Mr. President, that one we can ask from Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, Mr. President. That is where we will get it. I can request for it. I can get the Aku gas and the Azura agreement. Yes, I will do that.
So what do we do with the agreements? Let's get an understanding here. When we get the agreements, what do we need to do? Senator Jibola, when we get the agreements, what do you suggest we do?
When we get the agreement, we will look at it, what are the obligations of the parties, and then for the period that we implemented, are all parties, have they been fulfilling their obligations? And what are the possibility of termination of those agreements on the legal ground that will not involve liability if it is possible? Then if there will be legal liability, what is the extent of our liability? Those are the issues that we need to look at.
I want to play the devil's advocate. Suppose we were all at fault or default, we defaulted, both government and them. What do you suggest we should do?
If the breach by either party are fundamental, either party may decide to repudiate the contract. So that when the other party is challenging that the contract has been breached, you use the fact that repudiating factors has occurred,
that you are no longer held to your own obligation. Let me give you just a simple analogy, Mr. President, sir. Assuming I ask somebody that I want to buy an Honda SUV, and he supply me, drop something in front of my house, and the Honda SUV cannot even move, cannot go anywhere. So what cannot go does not describe to the contract. So there will be some description of the obligation of the other party, obligations of it. I presume too, if they draft it very well, there will be service level agreements. Have they been compliant with the service level required to say that you are working towards the contract? I think so many opportunities and scenario can present itself, but it will take us to have an informed legal opinion rather than people who are operating the same contract telling us that if you do this, it will be that. I won't say we'll get it, but then that will give us even a very empirical, scientific understanding of where do we want to even go on that. This thing is becoming like a meeting of mouse saying they want to bear the cat. Yes, we know that solution, but then who will get the rope to the neck of the mouse? So we need to really take the bull by the horn.
Senator Tazi, can be brief so that we go to the recommendations. Information.
Well, based on what he said, just to inform that I've looked at this agreement, and to give an example, for instance, the percentage that was given by BPA to this company in terms of aggregate technical and commercial collection losses, they gave them 22%. It's very fundamental to the agreement. When they allow the owners who took over to assess it, they discovered that it was 44%. 44. So ab initio, government defaulted. So there are a lot of things that are involved in that agreement. Like he said, you know, on both sides there is this mutual breach of the agreement. But that is why I said that from the onset, the parameters that were presented by government were faulty. And some of them without any due diligence. And so there are a lot of issues that are involved. I've just given an example of the aggregate technical and commercial losses, where government says, okay, it's only 22%. Meanwhile, it is actually 44%. All of this constitute part of the agreement with government defaulted. No. You see, under the circumstances, they just say, it's okay, this is it, take it. And people took it. So I'm just giving that example. Then, these people, like for generators, they were supposed to ramp up generation. Only 1 or 2 have been able to ramp up generation. The rest have not been able to do so. So they also defaulted. So like you suggested, I will get the agreement. Mr. President, what we can do is that the Senate will do some bit of funding, because this needs to be given to very senior lawyers who can do a review for us. I'll bring the agreement to you, and then you take the appropriate decision.
You have a professor of law in this chamber.
Expert opinion, Mr. President. As a lawyer, I have looked at those agreements, especially the ones of Azura and Akugas. The way we are so tied is that the danger in Azura and Akugas is that if we default, they can draw down immediately from our foreign reserve. That is how we've been tied up. Once we default, they can go straight without reference to anything, and we signed and draw down from our foreign reserve. So it's a very...
How much will they draw? Yeah? 2 billion. $2 billion. 1.2 billion.
Please sit down and negotiate and seek the understanding of the owners. But I will bring the agreement, Mr. President.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President, right there. I acknowledge and respect the position of Governor Suswan. But my position is this: notwithstanding his very, very sound knowledge of the law, we require a second opinion. You know, for every agreement, it depends on how you review and interpret it. That is why it will be good. Let us see it. Let us hire counsel, independent counsel, to advise us, while also getting the counsel in these chambers, you know, to also take a look at it. You know, we pick the lawyers in these chambers, working with Dr. Jibola, you know, to take a look at the agreements, while still getting independent counsel from us to give us an advice, you know. At the end of the day, we may agree with the legal advice of Governor Suswan. We may not. There could be some exit points, you know, that he may not have identified. So other lawyers will give to us. I think we should seek independent counsel. Thank you, sir.
Utazi, briefly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very happy.
You will brief, please.
Well, I want to thank the committee that has been handling this issue. The Committee on Power, following the motion I brought here last year on these power problems. I'm happy, Mr. President, you are unrelenting, giving them all the necessary backing to make sure that we arrive at a solution that can right the wrong of this intractable problem of power in this country. Mr. President, in my place, you say if you are going for a journey to, let me say you are going to Kano, and you find yourself in Lagos, what you do is that you just come back to Abuja here and start your journey down to Kano. You don't go and start thinking of how do you manage, go into the bush, go this and that. That is the situation we have found ourselves with the power problems in the country. We have made the mistake. And the only way to right the wrong is to come back. And coming back is canceling everything. We must take this option. We must cancel everything. We look at the law, and the essence of looking at the laws, the agreements, is not to review it. It's to find a way how we are going to reduce costs, the damage to the country. That if we look at all those things and get back, let's start afresh. If we don't get it with this administration, Mr. President, we will not get anywhere. And Nigerians will not forgive us. We have the right, we have started it. Having gotten this far, we can't go back. So I am asking you, sit tight with your colleague in the House of Reps, the Speaker, and let us work in concert and help to solve this problem for Nigeria. If we do it, Nigerians will forever be grateful to all of us. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I think having discussed this issue this far, I would like to place a proposal on the floor that in view of all we have discussed, we should have an in-house legal team that will look at all of this while at the same time having another external legal team so that whatever they look at, when you come back to look at it from what our own internal people have done, I think we will get somewhere when we have these two, because that will serve like a kind of peer review. So within this context, I think we can decide to look at the Deputy Senate President, Utazi, Ajibola, Okpeyemi. No, let's not say all the lawyers so that we don't, at least like 5 people with the chairman of power. I think about 5 of them. And Senator Nala also is there. If we can get something like 5 or 6, 7, so that they can now take this responsibility, and at the end of the day, I'm sure whatever they come out with, will be able to give us a guide going forward. I so submit, Mr. President.
All right, thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. We had thought we'd close by 2 p.m., but I think this is a very, very important topic. In fact, the economic salvation of Nigeria revolves around getting the power sector work properly. So it's a time well spent. So we'll go to the recommendations. And I have, Chairman, this thing you gave me is exactly what is in the report. Exactly. Okay. So we'll go to page 46 of the report. These are the recommendations. Cost-reflective tariffs, that there is need to revisit tariffs that have been set in the 2016-2018 minor review of the MYTO 2015 and minimum remittance order for the year 2019 to clearly determine if 600 billion PAG being processed for disbursement will be sufficient to cover the tariff shortfalls that will arise if retail tariffs do not rise as services. What does that mean? Chairman.
NEC have what they call minimum remittance that are given to the discos. They are expected to have a minimum remittance that they will remit to Embed, which is the bulk buyer, who will in turn remit to Gencos based on the invoice. For them to meet up with that minimum remittance, that is where the tariff issue comes in. That for them, for instance, Abuja, for instance, if the invoice that came from generator is 5 billion a month, and they are only able to give 2.5. Now, NEC said that, look, there has to be a minimum remittance. You can, if you have 5 billion, the minimum you can give will be 3 billion. And so, that is what, but if you have the cost-reflective tariff, you are expected to give the entire 5 billion. And that is where we're talking about government giving money.
Who assesses what they have collected? Who assesses what the discourse collect? Say, Chairman.
Embed is a government agent based on what is sent to the meter. They have feeder meters. Now it is from Embed that they send it to discos. So what the generator and what is sent to them cannot in any way be cheated upon. It is a collection, like somebody said here. What they collect is basically their own, within their own purview. But what they give them, so that is why there is this obstacle.
You see, my worry is when Embed gives the discourse, the discourse are supposed to pay. Why would it be fixed? It's supposed to be on the basis of what is given to them. If you give them 5,000, they should pay for kilowatts. Is it kilowatts? They should pay for 5,000 kilowatts.
The MD of Abuja Disco say that what they consume on average for Abuja Disco, which covers Abuja, Nasarawa, Kogi, and Naja, and FCT, is 450 megawatts. Now, how much is the cost of 450 megawatts? For example, maybe it's 7 billion a month. Now, they're expected to remit 7 billion to Embed, who will in turn remit that money to Gencos. Unfortunately, because of all of what we've said here, most time if they have 7 billion, they could only remit 3 billion. And so the minimum remittance arose as a result of them not meeting up even the minimum. That is why NEC decided that you must do minimum remittance. That is predicated on the cost-reflective tariff. It's a whole lot.
You see, Chairman, before we deal with agreements, I think some of these recommendations, we need to tighten them up. Because if they take 5,000 kilowatts of electricity, they're expected to pay back 5,000, for worth 5,000 kilowatts of electricity. In a situation where nobody knows what they collect, and then they pay what they want to pay, They leave government with so much to make up. And that's not fair. Is there anything we can do that when we give them 5,000 kilowatts of electricity, whatever they collect goes straight to an account? You could decide to give them a certain percentage of it to maintain themselves.
What you already done. When they say they will increase, that will say it's okay, wait till first quarter of next year so that all this issue will be trashed out. That is why we put it that it must be revisited, but based on facts that we will gather. So it's not a recommendation asking them to increase or decrease, but let's revisit it properly. That is why we put it in that manner.
I don't know. I'm not getting this because I just feel we are giving them money, free money. Senator Bukari.
I think, Mr. President, if, for instance, they are giving 450 megawatts in a month, and the tariff, whether it's cost reflective or not, and the tariff is 26 naira, they should pay 26 naira times 450. That's what we are saying. But they are not even doing that. So let alone, even if you increase it to 100 naira, they will still not pay 100 naira times 450 because they are...
Senator Tolo Devi.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Tolu Odebi. Mr. President, this is probably one of the most disheartening bills that I've ever listened to. And it just shows you the depth of the wrath that we have in this country. You know, I was thinking about it because I happen to know one of the disco owners. And it's very similar to what distinguished Senator Soswan is saying. Because what normally happens is that here they are, they have not invested in the discos that they bought. A lot of them bought the discos built on faulty financial structures. They bought it based on commercial loans, and they now find themselves in the problem. Now they're now trying to pass the buck onto the government. There's one particularly that he said is running about almost 3 billion loss every month because what he collects is not up to what they are telling him to pay for, which is what you are talking about. But who audits him? Who knows what he's collecting? Who can guarantee? But he tells you this is what he's collecting, so he cannot pay for that, and then that shortfall is passed on to the government. So for me, I think definitely, I agree with everybody. I think we need to get to the depth of this. There's a total mess and rot in this whole power sector, and I'm even for cancelling the whole thing and we just start again and maybe buy back these some of these discos and find a structured way to pay them off.
Okay, how do we couch whether to amend this or come up with a new recommendation that will tie the discourse to paying exactly what they are given by MBET and create an account and maybe, to be fair to them, give them maybe 20% for them to service themselves, but the money should go directly to an account where they have no control. Because if you have to be given subsidy, they should also pay their own side of what they take. How do you couch it, leader?
So, President, I'm suggesting that this particular recommendation be couched in the following way. The cost-reflective tariff principle should be reviewed to ensure that the discos pay exactly what they collect from the Junkos.
From MBET. Chairman, did you listen to the leader? Because you are a very professional electric power sector man.
can ensure that the discos should pay the cost of power that they received from the embed.
That is not to say that we are not going to pay the subsidy so far, you know, before further serious and radical measures are taken. But if they are giving 450 kilowatts of power, megawatts of power, then they should pay, even if the rate is 26 naira, they should pay that 26 naira times 450, as Senator Bukari said. Is that okay? So, Secretariat, please, leader, you should add that thing. Those in favor of recommendation 1 as amended, say aye. Those against, say nay, the ayes have it. Recommendation 2, that the gap between reality of discourse and NEC projections need to be streamlined on account of the following. 1, MDAs, including federal, state, and local governments, have not paid their legacy debts 2015 to 2018, or the current bills going forward in 2019. 2, discourse with the encumbered balance sheets have not been able to access required funds to reduce losses as envisaged in their performance agreements. What is cast in stone in the PA is the annual loss reduction commitments by the investors and not the baseline losses in the system. 3, the government have accepted a state of non-mutual performance in 2017 and 2018, which froze ATC and C losses provisions for both years in MITO and B and 4, discourse declaration of a force majeure in 2015 when NAC totally removed the collection losses component of ATC and C. Losses seem not to have been considered in June 2019 tariff minor review. Chairman.
Yeah. You want me to explain? Mr. President, part of why this has become like a Gordian knot is because the MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies are owing huge amount of money. I know that I've been told by the former chairman that in the last Senate, you people took a decision and invited the Minister of Finance who agreed that they will pay this money. The discourse are saying, look, MDAs are owing us money running to hundreds of billions and they are not paying. And you expect us to meet up with the minimum remittance. It will not be possible. For instance, a place like Sani Abacha Barracks, maybe in a month, their bills are like 200 million and they're not paying. And you expect these people to meet up with their minimum remittance, except government have put in place a measure where these monies will be paid. A few weeks back, I met with the Minister of Finance, and I said, is there an arrangement for you to do so that we can address this? So what we are saying here is that government should also accept and put in place a measure that they can pay moving forward. That is the one we put moving forward. But the debt that are outstanding, I think we can take it as our responsibility here to make sure that when appropriation in 2021 comes and we know the actual monies that are being owed, we can begin to put it in appropriation moving forward so that government can exit from this debt. And so the discourse will have no excuse as to why they can't meet up. Now, the second one is the losses that we talked about. That is aggregate technical, commercial, and collection losses. The commercial losses has to do with the inefficiency in transmission, which is owned by government. Because transmission are unable to transmit the so-called 8,000 that is generated by GENCOs, they only could transmit about 3,000 or 4,000 megawatts. And because their facilities cannot be able to accommodate it, as they transmit this, there are losses going on, which is not the fault of the discos anyway. That has to do with commercial. And then when you go to discos, they don't have money to invest in the infrastructure. At that level too, there are losses. And so decisions has to be taken as to.
Yeah, I think I will take you on the first one. I don't think it's right that we support the reckless attitude of MDS. Because if you come here, appropriate money to pay, tomorrow they will do the same thing. So within their envelope, in the 2022-2021 budget, they should provide something for that. We should just make sure, but not to give them money that just go and pay. No, I don't think this. I know. In the last assembly, the ministry, no, the army particularly, had a provision of 11 billion. They wanted to pay this cost. No, when I was chairman defense, and we thought that was not correct because their barracks were like the worst place any human being can inhabit. So we said, okay, we will divide this money. Half of it we should take to the barracks, rehabilitate your barracks first, and then pay the electricity with half. I think we should not give them free money to go and pay this, because that will encourage them to not to be. They have now. They have. One way or the other, they have taken electricity. I think we can adjust that in our 2021 appropriation process, we should ask all the MDS, especially those that we know are owing. In fact, you may have the list of those who are owing, so that you advise the committees. When they come for budget defense, we can say you should provide something. But I don't think it's a good idea we take little resources that we can deploy in education or health and just give these MDS that they should go and pay electricity they have consumed. Let them also feel the pinch. Next time they'll be more careful.
Based on what you say, that we cannot do it on their behalf, let them be responsible enough to do so. So the recommendation would be that the Senate urges MDS to pay all their outstanding electricity bills. It's okay, go ahead.
That is, urge the MDAs to make provisions in the 2021 appropriation proposal to cover outstanding liability or debt owed to discos and expected annual consumption. But I think they need to make this liability separate and then make provision for anticipated separate.
Okay, so this is, I need a seconder of the amendment. Senator Utazi. So I will put the question on recommendation 2. Those in favor of recommendation 2 as amended, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Recommendation 3, metering. That there should be an immediate removal of the increased custom duties of 35% to allow MAP clear meter stack at the port. That the federal government's intervention since privatization, 213 billion naira in 2015, 701 billion naira in 2018, 600 billion naira in 2019-2020 have been to fund tariff shortfalls that ensured GenCos and their respective gas suppliers were paid for energy delivered and consumed. Perhaps government should now consider buying these meters, 5.3 million of them, which can represent its 40% shareholding in the discourse, instead of government to continue to pay for consumption through intervention. Buying customer meters will help improve customer experience quickly reduce losses if meters are not bypassed, and eliminate estimated billing to a large extent. 3, estimated billing is not an unusual practice for utilities worldwide. What is important is ensuring that there is a clear process of reconciliation to establish what is to be settled. The regulator has recently set a regulation limiting how much this cost can charge unmetered customers. Therefore, the bill on criminalizing estimated billing impacts will only make matters worse for the industry in view of the challenges with MAP implementation. I think we can remove that latter part. This criminalizing this bill thing, we can take it out instead of passing a recommendation on it. Are you okay with that? Okay. So those in favor of recommendation 3, say aye. Those as amended, as amended. Those in favor of recommendation 3 as amended, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Recommendation 4, electricity value chain alignment. That there is need to identify and address the immediate interface issues in the value chain that can unlock stranded generation. 2, there is need to align capital requirements along the electricity value chain to ensure simultaneous growth in NESI. 3, that there is need to evaluate the effectiveness of the eligible customer regulation as a measure of addressing stranded capacity. And 4, that different models of sub-franchising within this course network should be encouraged as a measure of utilizing stranded capacity. Those in favor of recommendation 4, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Recommendation 5, Nigerian Electricity Supply Industry NESI liabilities. That the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission (NEC) needs to properly size projected tariff shortfalls in its tariff design in consideration of when it believes customers should begin to pay cost-reflective tariffs linked to improved services. That the federal government of Nigeria may need to create special financial instruments to fund the tariff shortfalls in addition to development agency. Yeah, what does that mean?
I told you that the cost-reflective tariff is like 50 naira. The federal government has capped it to between 30 and 32. So that difference is what we are saying, because if there is no fund set aside, that difference will continue to eat in. So we are saying that if before cost-reflective tariff or service-reflective tariff comes in, let us have a fund. Instead of every year, federal government is saying 600 billion. I don't know what basis they use in arriving at the money they give, 700 billion, 600 billion. Now they told you that they need 380 billion if we are to wait till first quarter of next year. The basis for which they arrive at that, nobody knows. So we are saying that if there is a fund that is set aside for this purpose, we know, instead of people using at the whims and caprices to just put in money. That is what this last one means.
I think we can do, we can take a middle course, because if you set up a fund just to be giving this course money like that, somebody will abuse it. And the other aspect is your committee needs to find out the basis at which we pay this. If they say this year we have to pay 700 billion, what is the basis? We need to find out. We will be likely to find that someone miscalculated. Yeah, I think we need to find out. But if we set fund just to be given this course, I think that would be a big problem for government. I don't know. DSP, is there any comment on this?
Yes, sir. If you read it again, you will understand.
No, most of the interventions from the federal government goes to GENCOs, not to DISCOs. So I just want to correct that impression. Yes. Because there's
Because this cost will not pay.
GENCOs, No. No, I just wanted to correct the impression that most of the
because the federal government have capped the tariff and have agreed that the difference that they will continue to pay. Now, what is worrisome, which you said we should confirm, because I've tried to get that from the ministry, is that how do they arrive at the sum that they are giving them? Now, that is why we recommended that it is better that we are specific. If we know a specific sum of money, it will not be at the whims and caprices of a minister or some civil servants. So let us be certain, but if we say that that will be subject to abuse, then it means that we'll go with one. If we look at one, when we determine this by next year, because we're expected that by first quarter of next year, all of what we're talking here would have gone. We have no need, but between now and first quarter, where we are going to spend additional 380 billion, when they say that, how did they arrive at that?
Yeah, I think that is what you need to find out. But setting up a fund is going to be a big problem for government. Yeah, I think we should take it out. But you should determine, you should know what is the basis on which we pay this kind of hundreds of billions. What are they predicating? How have they arrived at this? Okay. So we take out, we take out the two. So I will put the question on 6 rather. Those in favor of recommendation 6 as amended, say aye. Those against, say neither. Recommendation 7, quality of industry data. That the quality of industry data can be improved via the following. 1, benchmarking of the regulatory database to industry best practice around the world to ensure integrity and authenticity of curated data. 2, resource and capacity allocation to the regulator to assist with the deployment of technology and manpower to independently verify industry data. And 3, the development of industry real-time energy transaction database that collects energy flow information from GENCOS, TCN, and DISCOS, and cash collection data from DISCOS. This will provide accurate visibility of the commercial state of the sector and provide the transparency required to improve the sector. I think this is straightforward. Those in favor, okay, leader.
Before the other points that you have mentioned come, I'm suggesting an addition which urges government to direct the NESI to ensure that comprehensive enumeration and monitoring of power consumption to provide a platform for monitoring and effective revenue collection. What I'm saying is that there should be, yes, you know, what we are talking about here is benchmarking data for regulatory database. Then you are talking about resource capacity allocation to regulators to assist deployment of technology and manpower. Then you are saying also there should be development of industry real-time energy transaction database to collect. So what we are saying is that before all this, the major problem is that these people do not even have a database of their consumption, of even the consumers. They don't have any. They don't have even enumeration of who their customers are. So what I'm saying is that we urge government, we can't benchmark anything without any data. So what we are saying is that we urge and direct the NESI to ensure that comprehensive enumeration and monitoring of power consumers is undertaken to provide a platform for metering and effective revenue collection. That's the first one before all these three that we have. Before all these ones, you have to have data of your own consumers first.
Senator Gobir.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues. I support the motion heavily moved by I second. I support that.
Ably moved by the leader.
Those in favor of the additional recommendation say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Now I put the question on the recommendation 7. Those in favor of recommendation 7 as amended say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Recommendation 8, political interference. That the NEC should be empowered and allowed to carry out their regulatory functions in such a way that the electricity market is not distorted. And 2, governance, structure, alignment in NECI. Also for transparency, prudence and accountability, board remuneration allowances need to be linked to the performance of the companies. Yes, Senator Adiola.
To the best of my knowledge, the current National Electricity Regulatory Commission is empowered enough. I want the chairman to throw more light into this independent is soliciting for the NEC to function properly. Because I know if there is one agency that we have been questioning the remuneration package, National Electricity Commission is one of them. So we want to know what the import of this recommendation.
Chairman.
Mr. President, yes, on paper, they appear to be independent, but there has been interference, Mr. President. Mr. President, you agree with me that even though we are representative of the people, the action which we took is political interference in the activities of NEC.
So you mean we should have allowed NEC to go and cause chaos in Nigeria?
There was even a committee that was set up that was headed by the governor of Kaduna State that was performing the functions of NEC. Those are all political independence. If we allow NEC to stand on our own with all those interference and go by the book, by the statutes that we in the National Assembly put to regulate them, of course, they will do it the way it is supposed to be done. But there has been interference.
Okay, Chairman. I think we have to be realistic. There is no country in the world where government will appoint a team or some kind of people to run an agency, and then the government will just say, you are on your own, go and do whatever you want to do. When we went to see Mr. President to say, NEC shouldn't make that an announcement of increase in electricity tariff from the first day of, was it July? From the first day of July. That was two. I think at that point, that was the right decision to take. Because here we are suffering from COVID pandemic. Nigerians are in a more difficult situation than ever. And then you announce increase in electricity tariff. I think we look callous and insensitive. So that was not a political interference. In fact, in the meeting you were there when I questioned NEC, I said, are you on the side of government or you are on the side of discourse? Because the way they were behaving like they were supporting discourse all the way. So I think we need to be careful with that. We can expand it if you want. Okay, so our new recommendation 8 will be recommendation 9. Nigeria Electricity Management Services Agency NEMSA capacity building. One, that in order to effectively carry out coverage of its statutory roles and responsibilities in Nigeria for the enforcement of TS and R, technical inspection, testing, and certification of all categories of electrical installations, and ensure safety of lives and property in NESA and other allied industries and premises in Nigeria, the agency will require additional manpower to its staff strength as follows. Existing staff establishment, 430, current staff strength, 278, additional manpower requirements, 320, total cost for 300 additional staff, 1.36 billion. 2, the cost of the cost summary for national meter test station development required to provide national metering inspection services is provided below. Existing national meter test stations, ongoing new national, 3, Oshodi, Kaduna, and Port Harcourt. Ongoing new national meter test stations, 3, Kano, Enugu, and Benin. Cost of infrastructure, additional test equipment and instruments, 720 million. Okay, let me start with this first one. This additional 320 staff. I don't think you are suggesting that they should go, we should give them money to go and employ 320 at a go.
Mr. President, this agency is the most important in the entire power sector. They are important because they are saddled with the responsibility of determining the standard. And you know, in the technical area, the staffs they have are mostly in Abuja here. For instance, if bad meters are supplied in Lagos, there's no person to test the quality of those meters. So they need staff. What we can do is that when you allow them to employ this staff, so as to enhance the capacity, you will monitor it. It's not going to, you are not just going to allow them go and take 320 staff just like that. But without staffing, Mr. President, it will be a waste of time, because now the issue of transformers, a lot of transformers that have been coming here are substandard, and they don't have the capacity to test, or they require staff to test those transformers. So we just have junks coming in, so they need additional.
Yeah, no doubt they need additional staff, but what we are saying, even if they need additional staff, it doesn't look feasible that go and employ 320 additional staff. Given our situation, we need soldiers, we need more police, but we stagger. We should stagger. We should do what is practicable within the limited resources we have. Senator, Deputy Chief Whip. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. I think I agree with you that we should stagger. But I have to emphasize that definitely this is one of the missing gaps in the entire value chain, where you realize meters that are being supplied because they are substandard, they get burnt, and as a result of that is
supposed to do
is to support this, but of course maybe with modification like you have said, that they should now provide a staggered approach. So over 3 years they'll be able to have that. But before I sit down, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in the next one when we come to read, I remember we discussed this issue, and we said it does not make any sense. For example, if you look at the list, the entire Northeast is missing in terms of having any metering station very close. What that means is that all of them have to depend on either Kaduna or Kano, and I don't think that is a very good one. So I think when we come to that, while we are approving this, we need to make sure that there is a balance. Because the point is that you want people to patronize them by making sure that they can test whatever it is that is being brought for standardization.
Chairman, you have listened to him. You know, we don't even have the electricity in the Northeast. Thoroughly marginalized.
Mr. President, that is why there's a need for more capacity. That is true. If we look at this, No, he has made a very valid point, and I agree with him. We have raised this issue before, the entire of the Northeast.
I say, what are you going to do about that for the Northeast? Northeast is missing. That's the issue he raised. No, just take note and then consult with people who are involved in this, because whether it is going to be Obochi or Meduguri or Yobe, just consult with them. You don't have to, but take note. Notice is missing and you need to correct that. So I will put, and also on the staffing, if you tell them to stagger, they will know which ones are of immediate need. You know? The number of staff, they will know which one they will need, so that maybe they need 50 or they need 60 at the first instance, and so on and so forth. So those in favor of recommendation 8, say aye. As amended, say aye. Those against any, the ayes have it. Recommendation 9, which is 10, review of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act 2005. Nigeria's current EPSR Act 2005 created rules and institutions for the power sector reform journey and enabled privatization. Now that the market has been tested and various issues have arisen, it is timely for Nigeria to act a new electricity tariff. A new and more dynamic electricity act could consolidate electricity-related laws, consolidate the roles of the regulators and policymakers, bridge existing gaps in the legal and regulatory framework, and cater to okay, let me read it. Post-privatization operational issues in the Nigerian power sector to boost investor confidence and positively impact on the overall outlook of the Nigerian power sector. Page 8. So, which one don't you have? Okay. So those in favor of, and I think it's a straightforward recommendation. So those in favor of this recommendation 9 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Well, distinguished colleagues, additional recommendation, DSP.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without recommendations 1 through 9 are subject to, contingent upon, and without prejudice to the outcome of the ordered review of the privatization share purchase agreements to be undertaken by the Senate. You recall, Mr. President, that you said that we should, so that's the essence of this additional prayer. So recommendations 1 through 9 are subject to, contingent upon, and without prejudice to the outcome of the ordered review of the privatization SPA to be undertaken by the Senate. I assume.
How do you bring in the gas supply agreements into this?
Mr. President, the GSP is a bit very legalistic. It would have been straightforward for him. I thought that he would go straight to say that the Senate recommends the review of the agreement of Azura Aku Gas and the power purchase agreement of all the DISCOs and the GENCOs. I think that would have been more straightforward.
Because we don't know how long that will take, and we don't know what the outcome will be. So in the event that recommendations 1 through 9 become operable before we come up with that review, that's why I say whatever we have done here, recommendations 1 through 9 should be subject to and contingent upon that outcome. I don't think it's...
I think it's okay. I need a seconder. Senator Samantha Davey. Well, distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the additional recommendation by the DSP say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. This is a day well spent. This is 5:13. What again?
Thank you, Mr. President. Geshambasi, controversial. You had asked about the gas agreement. How do we bring in the gas agreements? I'm not sure that we had a response to that.
Well, thank you very much, distinguished colleagues, for this patience, dedication, and commitment to duty. This is the much we can take for today. Our order paper is still loaded, but we have to stop here. And I want to thank everyone for this show of commitment and patriotism. This particular report of the Senate Committee on Power is so important. The power sector is the way for Nigeria to industrialize, in fact, even to reduce the level of insecurity in the country by providing opportunities for wealth creation, for jobs, and so on and so forth. So I want to thank the Committee on Power for this roundtable conference and, of course, the report that we have just taken. We will continue to insist that the power sector performs better than what it is, and this privatization definitely has not been working for Nigeria, and we need to look into it again. So, Leader.
Mr. President, my highly respected and distinguished colleagues, having come and worked hard until after 5 in the evening, I would like to move a motion for this distinguished Senate to suspend and step down consideration of all other items on today's agenda to another legislative day. That's all move.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in favor of the motion that we stand down the consideration of the remaining items on the order paper till another legislative day, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, before I adjourn, let me say that the Senate will go on recess from tomorrow, the 23rd day of July, and the Senate and indeed the National Assembly will resume on the 15th day of September 2020. But even though we'll be on recess, our committees will continue to work, will continue to oversight, will continue to engage with the MDS, particularly with respect to the work we are giving our committees on finance and national planning to work on the MTF. The Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning will continue to engage with this joint committee. And also, I will urge on behalf of the National Assembly, the executive to continue to work on the budget proposal, the budget estimates that we expect Mr. President will present to the National Assembly at the end of September this year, in the spirit of making sure that we are also able to pass the budget before the end of the year, like we did for budget 2020. And for the other standing and special committees of the National Assembly, particularly the Senate, we should continue to engage with our MDS that we oversight. In the preparation of their budgets, they can still engage with us so that we do a lot of consultations that will minimize possible areas of disagreements. That does not eliminate completely the areas that we could disagree, but that will minimize and bring disagreements to tolerable levels. Also, we had expected that the petrol industry deal would have been presented to us this week, this National Assembly or this Senate particularly would have taken the first and second reading of the PIB to enable our oil and gas related committees to work on the bill during the recess. But that bill has not been presented. However, I will still urge that our oil and gas related committees should continue to engage with the executive arm of government, particularly the NNPC, the DPR, and all the petroleum related committees, and work with them, even though, as if the bill has been presented to us, so that we reduce the time that we will need to spend considering the bill when the bill will finally be presented to us. It is our hope and desire and commitment that we are able to break the jinx that has visited the PIB since 2007. PIB has defied passage. PIB has defied assent. This time around, we want to work assiduously and work together with the executive arm of government to ensure that we pass the PIB and that the president signs it into law, because everything is on, we have everything to lose if we don't pass it this year. We will get more revenues into the coffers of the federal government, in fact, the governments at all levels in the country, if we are able to do it, and we have the opportunity to attract and retain investments into the oil and gas sector in Nigeria. So we are still expecting that the engagement will continue on the PIB. Finally, I want to thank all of you for being there for this country. We have shown commitment, we have shown really patriotic zeal to work for our country. We will not be deterred by any means. We will continue to remain focused. And I want to thank the minority parties, particularly for supporting the majority party and the government to ensure that everything works for Nigerians. Nigerians don't care about our political parties. What they care for is the service government is able to provide. Thank you very much, the minority led by the opposition leader. And for our colleagues in the APC, this is our demonstration, and whoever supports us remains a supporter. This is our committed trajectory that we have to ensure that we support the administration to provide services. As for what has been happening recently, I will take this opportunity to advise that it takes both arms of government to work together in cordial and harmonious fashion. We are desirous of working together with the executive arm, and we expect that the executive arm of government will also continue to be desirous of working with us. We want to work in harmony, but I will advise that nobody should feel that is above the scrutiny of the National Assembly. The scrutiny of the National Assembly is enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and therefore it is important that whoever takes public office also understands that there has to be this engagement on behalf of the Nigerian public. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. With this, the Senate is hereby adjourned until the 15th day of September 2020 at 10 a.m. prompt. Thank you.